So I barked on a song. Fuck off.
You shake a pretty mean cake, Batman.
I'm about to waste my fucking money on the M&M Funko. You need to stop! Help me!
That's too many of them. What are we going to do?
Sorry I'm late. Bring me that horizon. Afraid I got lost on the path of life.
You gotta go.
Welcome, fam.
What's poppin'?
What's going on? How are things?
Pretty good.
Rolo is tired, but we
Yeah.
keep pressing on anyway. I blame Rolo for the economic downfall. Starting off bright and early, aren't we? But all right. So, Roland, I wanted to ask you: did you like the Ahsoka episode overall?
I mean, I knew it was going to be slow because it was only 28 minutes. So I knew it wasn't going to be a long, like, it was going to be, it was either going to be all talking or what we got. And I don't really think there's much to judge. One of the things I watched, I made my own review, and then I watched, freaking Ryan last night because I didn't know he was going to do it did feel long, Ronnie. It felt long to me. Pause.
Yeah, it did. It didn't.
It
Didn't feel like it was.
It was all the action sequences and the training in the beginning. But Ryan made a really good point. You can describe this episode in like 30 or 45 seconds.
Yeah.
He did it in 27. I timed it. He was like, all right, they're training in the beginning. It's like some New Hope stuff. Hera's talking to the people to try and get some. Talking to Mon Mothma to try and get some, help to go get Thrawn. They don't want to listen to her. She gets annoyed because they're talking about Ezra. Hey, and then right? And then she goes outside. She sees Jason, and he's like, I want to be a Jedi like Auntie Sabine. And she's like, oh, yeah, do you? Okay. And then it cuts to them training. And then she was like, yo, by the way, you guys can't get any help, just so you know, because they're not helping us out. So you're on your own right now. And they're like, oh, shit, okay. Oh, no, we got out of hyperspace, but now there's all these enemies everywhere.
Making something for episode 50. Oh, no.
They fly around, and Ahsoka does the outside thing.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get to.
You mean when she cut the ship in half? I thought that was sick.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute. And then they land. So I knew where they were going. It was pretty obvious that it was going to be dark. What was it? Seacoast is what they're calling it.
Mm-hmm.
The NAB system or something. Or was that Darkana? No, Darkana was the first planet that she went to. And then from there, you go to, like, it's obvious that the next episode is going to be them fighting in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
Trailer.
Which is what?
So I'm hoping next episode needs to be long, much longer than this one, in my opinion. Because there's a lot of people, there's a lot of normies out there right now who have no idea what the fuck is going on still.
Is there an estimated time for next week's episode? Or
not that I saw. I think we only got the first 3 times.
Damn. So I thought it was skipping my chat. I
thought it was a fun episode. It was fine for me. I can see why other people have problems with it though.
Damio, what chat? Sorry, I have food in the way.
I was only 3 years old when I learned Roman doesn't understand Star Wars, he said.
Fuck off. Fuck off. I understand it just fine. I said
Yeah,
I
I mean,
liked it, and I got dogpiled in the fucking Discord.
yeah. See, we don't do that shit. If you liked it, you liked it. Just like I'll tell you. I'll be the first guy anytime to tell you I don't like the sequel trilogy. But if you love it, like our friend Star Wars Santa does, more power to you. I wish I did. And right now, as a massive fucking Clone Wars fan and a decently huge Rebels fan too, I really loved Rebels by the end. But I keep getting stuck on this point. It doesn't feel like Ahsoka. Rosario
Yeah.
doesn't feel like Ahsoka.
Mm.
She doesn't even really have the look because her montrals should be freaking up here, bro. Because that's how they age. That's how you know how old their race gets. Because the older they get, the longer their montrals. Like the man, the myth, the applesauce. Let's go. No, but
I'm
like
eating applesauce. That's why I said that.
the older that I almost said Twi'leks that Togrutas get, their monsters get longer on the top and the bottom, and their head tail gets longer. Ahsoka's are smaller now than they were in Rebels. And I can get the difference. Like, all right, maybe it's a little bit harder to put that on for filming and all this other stuff, but Shakti did it, and she fights in Attack of the Clones. So, like,
True.
I don't want to hear that. Well, it looked too weird or it was too flimsy for her, like moving around. You could have figured out a way to do it.
I think they're.
And
I think. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say that's not even like my problem.
What is your problem?
She doesn't give me the sense that she's the same Ahsoka. Like she's kind of too stoic now.
Mm-hmm.
And I get a lot has happened since then. Well, we really don't know what's happened since Rebels because where the hell was she for the original trilogy, which has always been a problem that Vader didn't kill her in Rebels. If Vader had killed her in Rebels,
Yeah, but Shakti was in the background doing
I
like.
get that, Ronnie. I understand
had-
that too. That's why I said that's just my nitpick of it. In reality, though, if you look at Rebels Ahsoka, wait, storytelling isn't high on my priority list. Wait, for me,
This is a quote from me.
If I wasn't storytelling, I'll watch Lord of the Rings or Game of Thrones. When did you say that?
I said that because they were saying in the group chat that not that story should matter more, but that it's like a vital part. And I was just saying, I don't know. I kind of just turned my brain off, and I'm just there for the lightsabers, and I'm just there for the like pews and shit. If I want to go and see something that has like a story in it, I'll go and watch like Lord of the Rings or something.
But what about Revenge of the Sith?
Well, yeah, no, but like I'm saying, I don't.
Revenge of the Sith has all that, bro. Revenge of the Sith has the storytelling, it has the pews, the lightsabers, like, and your space battle.
Right. No, I'm saying me personally, when I go into Star Wars, I'm not going into it looking for like a super in-depth and deep plot. That's what I go to like Lord of the Rings for. So that's why.
I mean, I understand Star Wars isn't as like when you're not getting hit with all of that story like at once, like when in a 3.5 hour Lord of the Rings, 4 hours sometimes Lord of the Rings movie. That's factual. What's up, Darth Melkor? Thank you, brother. Hail.
Zach is talking shit.
Yeah, that's how he does.
No, but that was my point. Was that like, yes, Star Wars has good storytelling, but if I'm going to a story for storytelling, I'm gonna go and watch like Lord of the Rings, or I'm gonna go watch Game of Thrones, or I'm gonna go watch like certain like animes. I go to Star Wars for like the pew pew, and I go for like the lightsabers. Like,
yeah, but like, hold on. Here's the thing. I shouldn't have to. Like, All right. If storytelling is the thing, then why doesn't Andor get good until episode 6 out of 12? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
You need a mix for it to be Star Wars.
that's what I'm saying.
You need a perfect mix for it to be Star Wars. Too much storytelling, and you get Andor, which to me is a good show. But I will also say it's all pretty much dialogue for the first like 6 episodes, minus episode 3, and then when they do the heist in 5 or 6, right? But then it's more dialogue, it's more prison stuff, and then they escape, and then shit gets really interesting by the last like 3 to 4 episodes. So
I mean, I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying, like,
it is a complex
like
story.
I'm saying just me personally. It's not like I'm not saying it as a fact. I'm just saying me personally, what I get out of Star Wars, it might be different from what like someone else gets out of it. Like
Well, yeah,
me,
of course.
I'm not
That's
go
just with anything.
I'm not going into it looking for like a deep plot. There is one. I'm not saying that there isn't one, but I'm not gonna dislike Ahsoka because there's not really a good story because that's not what I'm there for.
I think
That's my whole point.
arguably it is a good story so far. But again, when it comes to that, you need to be like A New Hope is a complete succinct story that completed that created an entire universe. They never thought I mean George wanted to make, 5 and 6, Empire and Return of the Jedi, but no one expected him to be able to do that. No one thought Star Wars was going to blow up the way that it did in 1977. That's why
true.
it has a beginning, a middle, and an end.
Mm-hmm.
He just left Vader alive, presumably. You know what I mean? But he just goes flying off into space. You could have been like, all right, that's done. We beat the Empire. The Death Star is destroyed. Cool. Now the Rebel Alliance can continue doing what they're doing. And if we want to make more stories, we make more stories, right? And it became extremely popular. So, we're still talking about it too.
Yeah.
But so you have one movie in episode 4 that is a complete story. But the storyteller was smart enough to go, if this blows up, I can make 2 more stories that make this one the beginning. That way, it's now longer. Instead of just having the one movie with a beginning, middle, and end, now you have a trilogy with a beginning, a middle, and end. Even though the first movie is a distinct story.
Right.
So, I feel like now think of it this way. Now you have that. Now he makes the prequels. You have a beginning to an end that still ends with Return of the Jedi. And all this room in between to create other stories and play with that and do all this other stuff. Right?
Yeah.
So I personally think that you need to have a perfect mix in Star Wars. You need to have a mix of fighting and action. You need to have a little bit of sometimes romance of some kind, just slight, not too late on. I mean, Anakin had to be late on thick, but you have like a little bit of romance with Han and Leia in Empire, and you don't get that ending until 9. And the one thing Disney sucks at is its romance. It's bad.
Facts.
They're bad at doing that in Star Wars, really bad. And
the one in Rogue One wasn't bad.
But was that a love story? Not really. They just had chemistry. It just
it was chemistry. It wasn't really
both about to get incinerated.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't call that love at all. That's just like, well, we've had this weird sexual tension the whole time.
Is it going up to $3?
Yeah, it is. It's going up $3 more.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's going. And if you don't pay for the new tier, then you're getting ads.
What?
Yeah.
You're shitting me, right?
Which is really gonna fuck with people doing watch parties. Because I don't want to be. Imagine if they did that with Mando season 2, right? We're watching Mandalorian, and right before Luke Skywalker shows up, people are getting ads. Dude, You know how many
Yeah,
people would get spoiled if they're watching a live stream and it's just chats, or even like if you're watching Theory and he starts crying and you're like, what the fuck is going on? And then you're behind by like, I don't know, these days they might be giving you 4 ads
yeah, nah,
that
dude.
are all like a minute each, you know?
Dude, the Hulu ads are like 2.5 minutes. It's fucking
Yeah.
it's fucking wild.
It sucks. It sucks. Somehow we get Hulu without ads through like T-Mobile or some shit. I don't even know. But so, and my Disney Plus doesn't have ads either.
I already have the ad too. That's why I don't watch. That's why I don't do the watch parties anymore.
I don't blame you, dude. I wouldn't either. It would suck, but I wouldn't either.
I think I'm gonna end my subscription after the show. Yeah.
I don't blame you for that either. What else is there to look forward to?
No,
Seriously.
Zach. No, Zach. We're saying when
Star
it
Wars.
comes to Star Wars.
No,
that's what
Disney's
we're
great
saying.
at making love stories, just not in Star Wars. Like,
Yeah.
I would not say that Rey and Kylo Ren's love story is good at all. And it's not even a love story. There's no reason for 9. There's no reason in 9 for them to kiss. There's not.
No.
There's really not.
Why was that in there? There was no need for that.
It should have been. If you wanted to do a love story, why did you have Finn running around chasing her like a little puppy the whole time? And like what? They tried to make a love story with Rose and Finn and threw it right out the window in 9.
Mm-hmm. They
don't know what
they
they're doing
barely
in Star Wars.
They barely even like acknowledged that Rose was even in the series in 9.
Now, I will say, Andor kind of does. Solo lost money. Relos are weird. It throws me off now, Melkor, that Rolo is on G&G from Puerto Rican Pistolero. Locked and Loaded Latinos. He's fucking cool. But he's part, like, I'm assuming his name is Rolando or Roland as well. But they call him Rolo, and every time they say it, and I'm like, what? Oh, shit, right. There's another one. Throws me off all the time. Well, love the dude, though. He's cool.
But
well, no.
But
I guess you could
back to
argue
what Damian said.
You could argue that Andor has a love connection because it's his ex-girlfriend, Bix, and there's kind of still a thing there with the two of them.
Fuck off.
Yeah, no.
Fuck off.
I'm not a guy, I'll tell you that. Yo, what if right now I just went like this and Roman's applesauce just appeared in my head? What would you do, Damian? You crack the code like when they do the lightsaber thing.
I actually wanted to make a comment. I actually wanted to make a comment about Damian's point. I don't think I'm going to keep my subscription to Disney Plus either because I have all of the Simpsons on disc. I have all of the Marvel movies on disc, and I have all of the Star Wars movies on disc, and I have all of the Pixar movies too. I have no need for it.
Yeah, see, I don't have little kids that need to watch Pixar shit, and if I did, they'd be watching the DVDs that I still own. I own every Star Wars piece of media that I want, including all of the seasons of Clone Wars and Rebels. The Mandalorian's not very rewatchable, to be honest with you. And season 4 ain't coming anytime soon. They're releasing The Mandalorian for you to buy. Like, that's how desperate they are now. They're releasing it on disc. Facts though. And they're also releasing like some other show, like WandaVision, I think. But I don't care. I could give a fuck about any of the Marvel movies, dude. If I want to watch,
you're thinking of Loki.
If I want to watch one of those, I'm gonna just drive like 30 minutes to my cousin's house. No, that's the only one. That's the only one I don't have because I don't think they have it yet. But still, like, I own the Pirates movies. I own Avatar, which I can watch Avatar 2 like pretty much anywhere now, anyway. And I'm just gonna buy that when it comes out on disc.
Does Zach have all like L takes?
That's up to you in the chat. But I mean, yeah, there's no reason for me to keep it after Ahsoka until I know what's coming down the pipe, and we don't.
Well, my family and I, we have the Disney Plus, Hulu, ESPN thing. So
Yeah, I think that's what we have too somehow.
yeah, but so we're not probably gonna be canceling our subscription for you know a long time. But
Yeah, if I
I
only
just
had
have
Disney Plus and it wasn't connected to my Hulu, and like I don't even use ESPN at all. I don't
mine
even
is
know if we
connected.
have it. I think we probably do have it, but no one uses it because we still have cable. My parents still watch cable all the time. So,
Yeah,
like, even when a show drops on Hulu, if it's also on like my parents watch What We Do in the Shadows, which is pretty fucking funny,
mhm,
but it'll come out at like 12 o'clock Pacific time on a Friday morning. Like,
mhm.
so they could watch it, at 8 o'clock at night when they're eating dinner, but instead they'll watch it at 10 o'clock. They'll watch it at 10 o'clock when it's on FX instead.
Hmm.
So it's like they're still used to cable. We're used to like the drops and shit.
Yeah.
The only thing that my parents watch when it drops was Andor and Ahsoka because they weren't dropping it like midnight.
What am I drinking? This is my alternative to soda. I have sparkling seltzer, and I have some water here.
This is my alternative to sparkling seltzer. It's soda. It's Mountain Dew, Baja Blast.
Soda is so bad for you, though, bro.
Yeah, I know.
Cameo, you can't say that. You can't say that on YouTube. You can't say that.
What are you drinking? Nothing. But back to
No.
Ahsoka, I think it's completely valid for a lot of people to be feeling the way that they are about this show. Whether you love it or you hate it, it's completely fine to me. But I'm just gonna say, so far I'm enjoying it because I'm a Rebels fan and a Clone Wars fan, and I see a lot of people right now. And it's still the most interesting part of the show is Baylan and Shin.
That yes.
They're more
Yeah.
interesting than Ahsoka. And again, Rosario's acting is a little bit too stoic for me. She's not snips. She's not snippy like that.
Who's ready for Starfield? Fuck off, bro. I am not playing that.
I'll play it on Friday after people have played it for the first time. I have it pre-downloaded. I'm sure it's gonna be like every other Bethesda game where it's broken at launch. I was talking to Dog about this, I think, but the best part about Skyrim was it being broken. Because there's so many funny ass glitches in Skyrim that are hilarious. As long as it's not game breaking.
I guarantee you, as soon as you open the game up, everyone's just gonna be going like this.
Well, I'm sure, dude, it's a massive game. It's probably going to be glitchy. But anyway, back to Ahsoka real quick. I know why people have a problem with the scene of her in space. But a lot of those people haven't watched Clone Wars and seen that happen a ton of times. However, I do have to say, I cringed a little bit when she cut the ship. Because I'm like, okay, you need to stay on the ship. Because when you have momentum in space, you keep going. What if Sabine didn't have the ship? Like, I mean, you could force pull yourself probably. Like, there's some things like that. Exactly.
I'm a little higher than that. Like, I think it's like okay, but
I thought
I don't
last
think it's
episode
perfect.
was the best one.
Yes.
But I also thought there was some stupid decisions, like Elcor just said there, because, all right, if I'm you, right, and we have just disabled the ship,
Mm-hmm.
and warships aren't disabled, and it's just floating there, and we see a Jedi standing outside on it, I'm not, first of all, going to aim at the Jedi instead of aiming at the ship. I'm gonna blow this ship up and worry about her ass later. Second of
Right.
all, I don't even have to make a pass on the ship because this ship is disabled. I could stop 500 meters away and just light you up until you blow up.
Right.
There's no
Yeah.
need for them to keep flying in. They could literally all just be like, yo, guys, chill, wait. Stop. And just pull the trigger.
Yeah.
All right, Kenobi.
Kenobi, we're gonna be talking about it for a little bit, so
Bye, buddy. Have a good one.
thank you.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by. But that just to me is a little bit dumb. The scene was cool. I know there's a lot of people that like the scene. I also liked it. But the thing for me is, yeah, she could force pull herself back, but after she does the flip and like slices the ship,
Mm-hmm.
she should keep spinning
Yes.
and just not stop spinning. I don't know how she passes by in front of the cockpit going the other direction. Like, that's not how physics work.
Nah, see, Melkor, it's not that bad.
It's not
It's
that
really not
bad,
that
no.
bad.
And I think next episode's gonna be really good. I also love what they're doing with the giant hyperspace gate. Like, that's sick.
I think
I want a whole
something that
fleet to come through that shit, bro. I want that shit to open up and just massive fleet, just boom, 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 just everywhere coming out of that shit.
something that I
Like,
said
yeah,
in the
bitch, you thought
Discord.
Throne wasn't coming back? Well, suck it. Like,
Something that I said in the Discord earlier is that there are just, and I don't blame them, but there are just people that thought that this show was going to be bad, and they don't want to be wrong, so they're just saying that it's bad. But then there are those people who thought that the show was, going to be great, and they don't want to be wrong, so
they
they're
say
saying
it's
that
great
it's
without even
yeah.
getting a slight critique. Like, I'm still on the people getting stabbed with sabers, bro. I don't give a fuck where you get stabbed by a lightsaber. You should not live. No, he's not. I don't think.
Considering what we have gotten, though, it's better than like what we've had. Like, it's
Bad Batch writing was pretty impressive when they were actually doing shit and it wasn't a filler episode.
Yeah.
And same thing with Clone Wars and same thing with, from the ending of season 2 on with Rebels. Yeah, I didn't, but I wanted to bring that up. So, like, real quick, I want to talk about the saber thing.
Yeah.
Think of on Hoth, right? When Han cuts open the Tauntaun, it literally boils everything in there. Humans are made 75% of water. I don't care. They're like, well, it cauterized. Yeah, and what does cauterization do? It fucking boils. It's literally like burning you. And the heat from a saber, which should be able to slice through you like butter, is they made sabers act like swords now. They're not swords. It's a fucking laser beam. Your whole inside should be turned to mush if you get stabbed by that shit.
Exactly.
I don't care. Like, that's why she should have lost a hand or lost a leg or lost a pinky finger. Like, that's a lot more like, oh shit, than anything else. We haven't seen anybody lose a hand in Disney Star Wars except for like one time, I think. Or maybe 2 times. If I'm not,
I mean,
correct me if I'm wrong.
You're right.
But,
I don't think.
But like, when it comes to that, they treat it like a sword because it's so stupid.
Crimson is on Twitch. He's on Twitch.
Crimson?
What's up, man?
How you doing, dude? That's my boy.
Yes, sir.
When you like, I don't get why every time someone gets stabbed by a lightsaber now, they pull it out. They pull it out like I'm pulling a sword out of somebody, like I'm in Game of Thrones, right?
Roman.
They don't just rip it out to the side, as they should, or pull up. Then you're definitely fucking dead. It should be cutting through like absolute butter. And like, I'm just sick and tired of people pulling the sabers out, rip it out to the side, rip it out to the right, go more through their body, rip it up, rip it down. I don't give a fuck. Or just turn it off. But stop pulling it out like it's a fucking sword. It's not.
Roman, don't speak like you're correct. There are many problems with the show and writing. It's not good so far. In my opinion, the statement you made is your opinion. It doesn't come close to GL.
George Lucas. No, it doesn't come close to George Lucas, but nothing ever will. And, honestly, if you put some of us in charge of a show, like if you took a ton of George Lucas fans and you put us in a room and said, do Heir to the Empire, you'd be getting a way better show right now. And you can't argue that. If you put 4 or 5 people who are huge fans of Thrawn and that whole trilogy, or the Old Republic, or fucking hell, the Rogue Squadron, anything, dude. Kyle Katarn, Dark Empire, if you put groups of people that love that shit to death and revere it in a room, you get gold like you got with Lord of the Rings. It's that simple. And they're not. They have one dude who's a super fan, but now he's got all the power, and everybody else is obviously stupid as shit. So now this one dude could do whatever he wants. I had a real problem with something yesterday in this episode. A real fucking problem. That's what the midichlorians thing. No, yes, I get it. George Lucas said at one point, well, the Force resides in everybody. Yes, it does. So do midichlorians. But you need a certain amount of midichlorians in your blood to actually wield the Force.
I thought that you just had to tap into the Force, is what I thought.
No, not everybody. Bro, you're telling me Watto can just tap into the Force? Get the fuck out of here. He has midichlorians, but he ain't tapping into the Force.
Damio, you know that George consulted on the Clone Wars, right?
No, George literally straight up worked on the Clone Wars up until season 5, I think. Or up until the Disney acquisition, which was, season 5. Bro, apparently every female in Star Wars is immune to lightsabers.
It's just talent. Ahsoka said so.
That's not fucking true at all. And I know, it would be so much better if Sabine kept trying and trying and trying, but got really good at combat and was like, you know what? Fuck the Force. That's Ezra and Ahsoka type shit. I'm still going to use this lightsaber, and maybe I'm going to use my Mandalorian fucking tech.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you have it. That's literally the reason. Literally the reason they created whistling birds and their flamethrowers and their jetpacks and their the wire and their vibroblades and their rangefinder and all that shit was to combat Force users.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they never had any. There's only been one Jedi that was Mandalorian, and that's Tar Vizsla. In history. In all of history.
Well, soon there's going to be 2.
That's fucking retarded. Because she hung out with Kanan, Ahsoka, Ezra.
We're not talking about her.
Who are you talking about?
The little baby demon.
Grogu? Dude, no. I'm talking, he's a foundling. I'm talking biological Mandalorian. Biologically a Mandalorian like Bo-Katan or Satine or Pre Vizsla, biological Mandalorians, because they're not technically. They are what's considered near human. Mandalorians aren't directly human.
Do you think that they're gonna turn Sabine into a full-fledged Jedi?
I think that's what they're gonna try, and if they go this route, it's gonna be really fucking annoying because yes, everybody has midichlorians, so yes, technically the Force resides in everybody. But the whole point of the Jedi and stuff is because not everyone can use it. If everyone could use it, it would be fucking special.
Mataween is here?
Mataween! Yo! What's up, brother?
What's
Good
up?
to see you, dude.
Thank you for coming.
It just wouldn't. I hate that thing. I liked her training sequence. Dude, I was waiting for that cup to fucking move, and I was like, dude, better not. It better not. It better not fucking budge. I want her to give up and realize this is not for me. I want her.
I wanted to ask you something. So
Talent is an important factor, and she doesn't have the talent.
Said talent is an important factor, though. Yeah, facts.
Of course it is.
Of
course it is, because there's people in Star Wars. I know, dude. I know. And there's people in Star Wars who are force sensitive that aren't trained in any way. Like Obi-Wan believed that Han Solo was force sensitive and didn't even know it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what made him such a good pilot. I thought they were going to do that with Poe. I thought they were going to do that with Poe in the sequel trilogy because he's a fucking amazing. He's the best pilot since, Anakin and Han Solo. So I'm thinking to myself, this dude has to have at least some of the Force in him, because that would have been cool if it was Rey. I will turn on. I know I will. I will turn on him if the midichlorians no longer matter, because that's an important factor. That's why they're like, oh my god, this kid has more midichlorians than Master Yoda, Anakin Skywalker. Like, that's how they knew he was the chosen one. I know.
Achieves the talent. You don't just achieve talent. I wanted to ask you about Malik. So,
Morak?
Huh?
Malik from the Old Republic?
No, sorry.
Morak?
No. What's the Star Killer's last name?
Galen Merrick.
Merrick.
Yeah, this guy spells it. It spells Marok, Marrok, instead of Marerek.
Do you think that that's him, or do you think it's someone else?
Sam Witwer's still in the credits, and he talks in this episode. Marok talks in this episode.
There's something that he says that that makes me think that it's him, because he says, "As you wish," and that was his quote at the end of the first Force Unleashed game.
Well, he says that all the time in Force Unleashed. He says it a lot.
Right.
Every time Vader sends him on a mission, he's like, "As you wish," and then he'll go out and do it. But that could be a thing. I still think now that everybody's like, I wonder if it's Sam Witwer under there. I would not be surprised, bro, if that helmet comes off and it's a female. It's Barriss Offee. I would not be surprised.
I'm gonna laugh when it turns out to be
bro.
one.
I love who said it. I think it was Star Wars Theory said it the other day on Monday. He goes, "What if the helmet comes off and it's Freddie Prinze Jr.?"
Well, Theory posted a video this morning. Was it Theory or was it the spoiler review guy? People think that it's Ezra.
Yeah, I would hate that. Could you imagine how stupid that would be if
that would suck?
The entire show they're looking for Ezra, and the whole time this motherfucker's right there.
Yeah.
And they couldn't sense that it was him.
Too tall for Barriss.
You would think that. One would think that. I'm almost cool with it being a different version of Starkiller.
Same.
Because I think Sam Witwer just would be spectacular in the role. And I think he's an amazing actor.
Nah, man. Don't be hating on Theory. Come on.
He definitely is coping a little bit. Definitely a little bit. I wouldn't say that he's a full on in cope mode, but he's definitely coping a little bit.
That's his own opinion, man. I mean, hey, he likes it.
I think we have to take a step back too and look at some of the other ratings he's done in the past.
When was the last time he gave a show a 9 out of 10 though?
Tales of the Jedi. Tales of the Jedi or Bad Batch.
Did he give Andor like higher than like
You don't
a
like it.
7?
I
Yeah.
don't think he liked it until like the end. There's no way it's Ezra. Ezra went to the same place Thrawn did. Marok is just another person, probably only voiced by Whitwer. He could only be voiced by him. I feel like that would be stupid because his voice doesn't even sound like Sam.
Theory is out of his mind right now. He has drunk goggles.
See, this person likes Ahsoka. Real WTT.
It's Wade.
Oh,
He's on his alternate so that you know Damia doesn't know.
you timed him out already. Fucking dickhead.
Stop shilling for Theory. Dude, come on, man.
Hey, I don't know if he's all full of himself, but
Theory's a humble dude.
all I know is when I met him, he was the sweetest dude, and we had a really good conversation. And I probably scared the fuck out of him because I just like ran up to him. I was like, Theory. He was like, hey. I was like, sorry. But no, I think if there's one person who really does understand Star Wars right now, it's Theory. Out there. I mean, look at Vader. Look at some of like his theories that he comes up with. He's definitely full of himself sometimes, but I just think that's him. It's always just been him in a way. But he's definitely extremely knowledgeable. And I think if he was writing an Ahsoka show with Thrawn in it, and he had some other people there, what's up, dog?
Star Wars dog, what's happening?
Oh, Wade hates it.
So then this person isn't Wade then. Unless Wade's got multiple personalities or something.
No, I was like, that's probably why he did it. Yeah, it's definitely Wade. I was like, I don't know about 10 out of 10. See, all right, here's the thing. We might get an episode where I'm talking to you guys the next day, and I'm like, that's a fucking banger. 10 out of 10 episode. Banger. Like, I heard a lot of theories that episode 5 is going to be sick. Like, really fucking good. So, I'm hoping that's true.
I'm thinking that Anakin shows up in like the latter half of the season if he's like gonna show up.
I think we need to see a glimpse of Thrawn at the end of the next episode. Or the beginning of 5.
Yep.
We need to see him. At least just walk into the room. Like from the trailer.
Yep.
You don't need to be telling me what he's doing. You don't need to show me where he's at. Just show me walk up to a hologram of somebody telling him a message, and he like turns around and looks at it and says something. Oh yeah. If the rumors for episode 5 are true, they're gonna be careful.
See, but I, respect what Dog is saying. He thinks it's trash. Okay.
Is it the space team?
I don't, agree with him, but he's not wrong because that's just what he thinks,
I think that Dog missed what I was saying about. I think he missed our midichlorian conversation about her moving the cup. That's true.
A lot of
bricks and screws. There was a lot of bricks. But I don't know. I like where the show's going. Do I think there's some really weird timing at points, especially in the first 2 episodes? Why is there so many times that people are like, you should do this? Oh, I should.
You know what I'm worried about?
No, wait.
I'm worried that.
You know what I'm doing? You should do this.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I should do that? Yeah, you should do that.
Sounds like the plot of a
I'll do that. After they sit there and stare at each other's faces for like 30 seconds and they're like, yes. All right, I'll go now. It's like, what are you doing? If the rumors for 5.
Dog, I'm going to put the link into the chat.
What were the rumors for 5? I thought you were talking about the Anakin shit.
Wait, are they saying that Anakin's going to are they saying that Anakin's going to are they saying that he's gonna be in 5?
That's what I heard. Well, I guess we're having guests today.
I guess.
I guess so. Well, yeah, honestly,
I mean-
now I'll bring you guys in. If anybody wants to give their thoughts, let's do it.
Oh
Because I'm
god.
pretty much over it right now. Not over it in a bad way. I liked it. I'll give that shit. That okay. That was just something random that I heard in the ether. I don't even think it's true.
Star Wars dog, what's happening?
Crane time.
What's up, y'all? I'm actually in a truck, but
Oh, word.
yeah. So if you want, I'll give you my thoughts on that episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, man. Shoot.
Well, where to begin? So the whole Sabine training thing, my eyes were rolling so hard when they brought out the helmet with the visor to cover her face, and trying to call back to Luke on the Millennium Falcon. You know.
I mean, yeah, they're in a freighter bay, like training.
Yeah, I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all. And then, you know, after the last episode of Hu Yang, basically saying that she's not force sensitive enough, and then now she's trying to train to be able to use it, where I can respect that all creatures and all beings have, you know, a midichlorian count, and they the force does reside in them, but not everybody can use it.
Exactly.
Like you don't have enough, or you don't you just don't have the ability to.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like a Jawa has midichlorians, but
Right.
it's not like
Yeah,
gonna be able to
but
use
they
the
can't
Force.
be a Jedi though.
Exactly. I did like the one thing I thought was cool about the training sequence was Hu Yang training her in the forms. That she could learn. That she could get good at.
Yeah. It was also a little too drawn out for me.
Yeah.
They spent a good 10 minutes on saber training like that. I don't know. We
And
got
then
the
the Ahsoka
point
pops up, right?
after 3 minutes, but
And then it's like the Ahsoka thing that pops up after like the first 10 minutes. It's like Ahsoka.
It takes too
Mhm.
long to like get to the crux of the episode. That's
Well,
like
that's
the
what I'm
one
saying.
thing.
Well,
That's
there's-
because
I'll
they're
say.
staring at each other all the time, dude. That's all. Like, they got like.
But at the same time, there's no payoff either. There is no crust to the episode. The episode was a whole bunch of nothing. What I kept saying on X-Wings live was, "Oh, now Ahsoka is caught up where we were." Like, we literally knew everything that was already happening here, and now Ahsoka is caught up with everything that
Yeah,
we
good
knew.
point.
That's a
Yeah.
fucking great.
So,
point.
so we literally just wasted this whole time and watched a World War II dogfight happen in space with I don't know if you like those crafts, but I think they look too much like actual prop planes. They're just missing a prop.
Yeah.
Like they
look too.
I
rugged.
wasn't a big fan of
Too
that.
shitty. Like they look like
Yeah.
they pulled them out of a junkyard.
They even
Yeah.
have the nose guns on top as if they were timed to shoot through the propeller. Like they were
Yeah.
literally World War II fighters. But you had that. Ray Stevenson, for the 10 seconds he stood on screen, you know, pulled, had so much gravity when he's standing there. Like, me and Caleb were watching it in BC, and I was like, damn, this guy just carries himself. Like, you could feel his influence.
Yeah. He's the
Wait,
best part of the
Shin-
show. Him and Shin are the best part to me. They're interesting.
I swear to God, if Wade's right, bro, I swear to God.
Nah, there's no way.
It's force sensitive.
Technically speaking, most chiss
Well,
are more force sensitive.
Yes.
It's
The
mostly
chiss females, right? But it goes away.
Yeah, like female chiss are born force sensitive, and they lose it around the age of like 16 to 18, and it's
That's
very
how they navigate hyperspace, right?
Yep, it's very rare for a male to have it at all. But there was like one mentioned at one point in one of the old books or whatever.
Yeah.
But when it comes to that, that's why Thrawn has such infatuation with Anakin, because
his power is intellect.
Yes.
It's not the Force.
And Thrawn was like, when he met Anakin Skywalker, he was like, what? Because they called, in the Chiss Ascendancy, they call those girls Skywalkers because they help them. So that's why he was so infatuated with learning more about Skywalker. And then when he
I'm not the biggest fan of that.
Me neither. But that's like an old Zahn thing from like.
Is that because I thought that was the new Zahn books that did that?
Maybe it was.
Yeah, it is. It's the new Thrawn books that did that.
Something new that did that. I didn't read the second or third one. I really liked the first Thrawn one, but.
Amio, why'd you time out
Disney
Wade? Wade didn't even do anything. Why'd you time him out for?
Because he has to. Every stream, he has to time Wade out.
Yeah.
He must. It must be done.
I agree and disagree with you, Melkor, because Thrawn understood it enough to have a Salamiri.
Yeah.
The lizard around him that was from a planet where the predators were force sensitive, so it developed to not be force, to have a force field.
I did think seeing like the space whales was like, actually a cool thing too.
They looked awesome. They did the space whales really well.
They did look a lot better in this than they do in. I don't like the colors of them in Rebels. I like how they look in this.
Yeah, they look
I
good.
thought it was cool to see them. Yeah.
That brings me to something else, but before we get on to that topic, because that's a whole other rabbit hole I wanted to get into today. Dog, what else did you think about the episode? Anything else?
Yeah.
Well, I could feel Dave Filoni wanting to make Sabine force sensitive. Like it's kind of going without saying at this point, but you could tell like that's just what he wants to do. And my overall thoughts was, well, why not do that? Why not put this show in the time frame where Jason Syndulla can be being trained as a Padawan, right? And put Sabine in fucking Mando where she belongs with the Mandalorians.
Yep.
That's a good point.
I don't understand that direction, and the fascination with strong women too is obviously prevalent.
Yep.
But yeah. And one other thing, short episodes. What are we doing? If you're gonna give us a show with short episodes, drop the whole fucking season at once. Stop making us wait all week and get our anticipation up for 28 minutes of Ahsoka being caught up to the story. Like I'm just you're wasting my time. You're building fake hope and anticipation. And then which, if they just dropped it all, we would fucking binge it.
Not only that, but then you also have a ton of like scenes where they're staring, like I said, for like 30 seconds at each other before they say anything. And
and that was something that Melkor said earlier. Yeah,
I did like seeing Mon Mothma in that episode.
Yeah, I think she was a highlight.
She was definitely a highlight. And I liked seeing Hera kind of get a little bit mad.
Yeah, I feel like Hera felt more like Hera. More so than the first two episodes. I didn't connect that character like when I was watching. I was like, this doesn't seem like Hera to me.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, I mean.
But and then in the same breath of that, I don't think Rosario Dawson is a good Ahsoka. It doesn't feel like Ahsoka to me. Her nickname is Snips, and she's so reserved and
Stoic.
callous. Like there's stoic. There's no emotion. There's no, which I can appreciate that she went through stuff, and I could, we all know that she feels responsible for Anakin, but I
she
don't know.
wasn't like that
Even in
rebel.
Rebels, even in Rebels, she still had her spunk to her.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just and I feel like in the Boba Fett episode with Luke and Ahsoka, she felt like Ahsoka there to me.
Yeah,
Like
she
I was
did.
like, all right, she's playful. She's
Playful but stern.
but now, now she doesn't. She just doesn't feel that way. Like I don't feel like
know
I'm
where
watching Ahsoka whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't. That's you echoing exactly what I said. Like in the beginning of the stream today, I said my
really?
biggest problem with the show right now is everything you just said. She just doesn't feel like her.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's
don't get me
something
wrong. To Damio's point there, I do watch those guys all the time, but I like to agree to disagree with them on a lot of stuff too. I love Drinker. He's ripping this show apart, but I still like to get his opinions on it the same way. Like Theory loves it so far. Drinker and Maul are like tearing it apart. And that's,
I seen Theory gave it a 9 out of 10.
Yep.
I gotta be real. I didn't think Theory was actually gonna like this show. I thought Theory was like gonna tear it to shreds. So
I think that they were correct. Like earlier, who said it? That Theory's got. I think it was Melkor who said it earlier. That Theory's got his beer goggles on. Because there's been times that he's watched the show and he's like, "This is the shit. I freaking love it." Like, look back at his like first reaction to, I think it was like Rise of Skywalker or Solo. But he was like, banger. And then he took a step back and looked at it and was like, why the fuck did I even ever say that? You know what I mean? So there's times that I don't think I'm really going to judge his opinion on the show until the whole show's over. But we're at episode 4 now, coming up. So you got to fucking, no more Ahsoka catch-up games. No more of that.
Yeah.
Like,
I think he's so excited for more Star Wars that he builds himself up, and he because really, if you don't have a problem with Sabine being Force sensitive, which I don't think he does, which is odd, but
I watched his video. He said that he had a problem with it at first, but then he said that when you look at George's quote of saying that, like, the midichlorians are like within everyone, Theory said that was his rationale for why her turning into a Jedi doesn't bother him. That was what he said.
Interesting. I don't remember him saying that, but I was half asleep when I watched that this morning.
Yeah.
I do not fully agree, but
I don't
see what he means.
However,
yeah, I mean,
time to back a trailer in, boys.
There we go.
I don't want Sabine to be a Jedi either. I just think that the show should be focused on, Ahsoka. I think something else too is that she kind of doesn't feel like the main character, which is something that I think I mean, say what you want about, the Mandalorian. Din feels like the main character more often than not. Ahsoka does not feel like the main character.
I could agree to disagree with you there. Din felt like the main character in season 1. And then Disney has a problem with naming a show after a certain character, and then that character is not the main character. Kenobi, not the main character in Kenobi. It's Reva and Leia. Boba Fett, not the main character in Boba Fett. Mando comes in and steals his fucking thunder. Andor, actually the main character, but not a lot of people watched it.
Right.
There's only one episode of that show where someone else
boys.
thunder. That was what's his name.
I gotta get out and do some work. So
Gotcha.
Thanks for having me
coming
on, man.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah,
Anytime.
sure.
See you later,
All
buddy.
right, take it easy.
Best
So-
sharpshooter on the 7 Seas right there.
Yes, sir. But so that's kind of my thing, though, is that that's
Season
the
3
thing that
Mando
bothers me
definitely wasn't
most.
the main character.
That's the thing that bothers me most is that Ahsoka doesn't feel like she's the main character within her own show. That's something that I don't like. Like, why are the side characters getting more stuff than her when she's like the main character? Like,
Yeah, I think they're giving a little bit too much screen time to Sabine. I want more screen time of Balin and Shin.
I hate her hair. I hate her short hair.
Shin?
No,
Non-Ahsoka?
no, I'm talking about
Sabine?
Sabine, bro.
It does
She's
not
so much.
look. It does not look
She's
good,
so much.
bro.
She's so much hotter with her long hair.
But it doesn't even look like Sabine's hair from Rebels.
No,
Like it doesn't. Like it should, but it looks like she just like did a shitty cut instead of just like doing her hair like how she always did. Like I liked that look for her like, a lot. That's how a lot of female Mandalorians wear their hair because they have a helmet on all the time. So like,
I just said that I didn't like something. What the fuck are you talking about?
on your point though about the main character thing, I think from this point on, Sabine needs to take a little bit of a step back. Now we know that next episode is 100% going to be the duel in the woods
Yeah,
between
it has to be,
Shin,
right?
Sabine, and Marok and Ahsoka. And I also feel like 4 could be the ending because otherwise, what the fuck else are they doing? 4 should be the ending where something happens with Balin and he fights Ahsoka or some shit. And Morgan Elsbeth has already dipped. She's already going to the other galaxy. So that way in 5, we know we're seeing Thrawn. She needs to already be out of there, yo.
I don't trust Disney, man. I don't think that we're gonna get Thrawn until the end of episode 8.
Which would be
Man.
so fucking stupid, bro. It would be so stupid. And
Yeah, but not cut like that though. Not
yeah,
cut
but not
like that.
not like cut the way that it looks now. She should have short hair, but she could have done. They could have done the same haircut. Yo, the one
Same,
thing I will
same.
give this show, definitely one big prop. Dave Filoni knows how to do an ass shot every once in a while for Sabine and Hera. Every once in a while, bro, that camera goes right on them glutes.
Ahsoka has even gotten a few too. But I mean,
Yeah, but even
not,
even Ahsoka's outfit, in my opinion, should be slightly different.
it's weird.
She's basically a ninja, right? So that's why she's always
Yeah.
wearing like, not to be, no, fuck it, I'll say it. She's always wearing skimpier outfits or skin tight shit.
Mm-hmm.
Now all we're seeing her, she doesn't even take off this dumbass gray cloak. It looks like she's like
Is
wearing
it
a
because
poncho.
she's? Is it because she's now like supposed to be a wiser woman now? Is that
I
why?
guess, but that doesn't matter because that's not. Ahsoka isn't though. Like the character of Ahsoka, even she was wise as hell in Rebels. She's still dressed like that. She maybe had a
Mhm.
little bit of armor on this time, but she still had a real skin tight, skimpier slightly outfit. It was more breathable and shit, so she could move quicker, be fast. Like she wasn't getting stuck on her baggy ass pants she's wearing now. Like the
Yeah,
first time
her outfit
she
is
kind of
weird.
looked like she kind of looked slim was in space in this last episode.
Wade, I'm not making you a mod, bro. Chill.
No, he said wrangle your mod, meaning Daimyo.
Listen, I let Daimyo do whatever he wants to. Okay, if he times you out, he times you out. I can't help it.
Daimyo, sit, boy.
But
Stay. You want to eat later?
but no, like Ahsoka's fit is weird.
It
Like
is
it's
weird.
like really weird.
Like
I
I
think
said,
out of
the
all of
first
the,
time I saw her
I
wearing
think that
something that looks
I,
like something she would wear was the spacesuit.
I think out of all of the characters, actually, Hera probably looks the most like
Hera looks the best. Yeah,
yeah.
Hera looks like Hera. Yeah, right, right. Darth
Rosaria's
Vader.
got a
Well, that's what, dude. She's a pretty woman. Fucking
yeah, she's
accentuate
gorgeous.
that.
Yeah,
All Marvel wants to fucking do is tear men's clothes off that are muscly. They do it in every fucking movie. If there's a dude in a Marvel movie with muscles,
they're
that's
shirtless.
what's coming off. That shirt is
Yeah,
coming off, and the chicks love it. What the fuck do we get? I'm gonna quote Camelot right now and go.
men get nothing.
Has anybody noticed that we almost see no titties in movies anymore? We only see dicks. Am I the only one who notices this? Shout out to Camelot for saying that quote because he's not fucking wrong. Because when he said that, I was like, all right, first time I saw tits in a movie recently was Oppenheimer. Before that, I couldn't tell you.
you see
Unless they were on the
tits. In,
hub.
you see tits in 50 Shades, if that counts.
That was like freaking 12 years ago. Like 13 years ago, before all the woke bullshit.
The last one came out in 2017. What are you even talking about?
Yeah, but that's a chick movie where chicks are used to that shit. And what is the guy? They see the dude naked too. That's different. I'm saying, give me a Slave Leia again. Give me Padme and Attack of the Clones again. Like,
Oh my god.
Girls fawn over Hayden Christensen. Like the amount of chicks that I knew who were Star Wars fans at that time had posters of that motherfucker all over the place. They didn't have posters of Leia or Padme and shit. They had posters of Hayden fucking Christensen all over the place. Because why? Did he look good in that movie? And guess what? They took his fucking shirt off in that movie too.
Mm-hmm.
And they even made him look sweaty as shit to accentuate that anyway. So, like, why is there never a chick that is more, I don't want to say like attractive, because these are all attractive women that are in this show.
Jake, what's up, man?
What's up, Jake?
They even made him look sweaty.
They did in Revenge of the Sith. They actually fucking did on purpose. But I'm just saying, every single girl in Marvel now and like Star Wars are covered from head to fucking toe, bro.
That's facts.
Head to toe. And they put them in, like, whereas Ahsoka shouldn't be. That's just not her outfit. That's not an outfit she's ever worn. At least they have her shoulders out in this show, because that's what, that's what she always has. But I don't understand it, bro.
Okay, no.
Deal. And here's the other thing. Dudes and chicks want to see attractive dudes and chicks on screen.
Tamio, time that shit out. Flash was not better than Ahsoka. There's no fucking way. Stop.
No, yeah, now Wade. Wait, how many fucking channels do you have? What the fuck, dude? This man's got like he's like rapid fire. He's got like a minigun full of fucking channels right now. He's like,
Wade
Wade's sitting here like, my clones.
Wade is just determined to fucking watch like the RoloRome cast, bro. He is determined. I give him a lot of credit. He shows up weekly, always gets timed out, and like,
oh, viewer wise, yeah, Flash did better. It's not better.
Well, yeah, but look, Flash had Michael Keaton in it. Like, it's why, duh.
Yeah, but if you're me, you just looked up the Michael Keaton scene. But I didn't even do that. I thought about doing it, but I don't care. I'm so done with superhero movies, dude. I just don't care anymore. I could give a fuck. You killed all the ones I like.
I'm considering seeing the Blue Beetle, but I still can't get over the whole like Batman's a fascist thing. Like that.
Watch a couple reviews on Blue Beetle from people. Like,
yeah,
I heard it's not horrible. It's literally just the most generic superhero story of origin that you could ever think of. It's like every other origin movie.
Oh, so what So basically, what we've gotten the last like 5 years. Yeah,
It's just the same thing.
nice.
And I don't really care. And it sucks because I like the Blue Beetle a lot. And I like
Yeah, same.
Dueña. And I thought the Blue Beetle was really cool when I was a kid. I even have a couple of his comics somewhere in my long box.
Facts. Guardians of the Galaxy 3 is actually good, yes.
That's true.
Yes.
I still haven't watched it though. I just don't care.
I don't blame you.
Like, I heard all you guys talk about it, and I heard how much everybody loved it. And I was like, that's great. I care about the Spider-Verse. That was fun. I had a really good time watching Spider-Verse. I'll probably go see the third one. But
I'm looking forward to the Robert Pattinson Batman movie.
Yeah, I'll probably go see that too. But like anything in the main Marvel line or a lot more comics. Anything but the main Marvel line the main Marvel line and the main DC line I could give a fuck about. But this new Batman isn't part of that.
Right. Yeah, I get what you mean.
Spider-Verse isn't part of that. The rest of it, I'd agree with that. I could see that.
Yes. Agreed, Daimyo. Facts. Yes.
I've never been a big fan of superheroes or Marvel and stuff like that. But you've either cucked all the characters I want or killed all the characters I like. And see, to my point earlier, look at Black Widow and Scarlet Witch in the first movies they're in.
Oh my god, bro.
And look at how they're fucking dressed now, bro. They're wearing suits of armor on that shit.
Black Widow and Iron Man 2
it's like they don't have even tits at all. Like, they're just like... It's Marvel doing that. It's like, bro.
Black Widow and Iron Man 2.
In the same movie where you got ripped ass dudes ripping their shirts off, all these girls are armored up to the fucking teeth. Like, do you remember in Iron Man 2 when Black Widow literally just gets butt ass naked in the back of the car?
In front of Jon Favreau.
Yeah, and Jon Favreau's like, bro. Well, there's some shit in there, but also some good ones.
No, but I think I've said this though. I stopped caring about Marvel when they like confirmed that Moon Knight was not canon because that was my last show.
That's the only Marvel show I watched and cared about. And then when it was over, they're like, "Oh yeah, it's not canon." I was like, "Fuck you! You want me to watch this entire show for it not to be canon?" Dickheads. Yeah, dickheads.
And also, they ruined Oscar Isaac's performance. It was really just like a waste of time.
Also, he got subverted by his ex-girlfriend or ex-wife.
Yeah,
she's the one who kills the villain in the end, and he wakes up, and you don't even see them fight. They don't even fight the fucking villain at all.
And they didn't even give us Jake either, bro. Which like pissed me off.
Yeah, they did give us Jake, but we didn't see him.
Yeah.
Which one are you talking about, Daimyo?
Scarlet or
Black Widow?
The third Olsen. Because what was that random mass freeze frame in Moon Knight? Yeah, facts.
Yeah, facts. It was just there for why. It was so weird.
But that was
less about superheroes anymore, dude.
But that was still the best Marvel show, which is sad. Like,
it was definitely the most interesting one. And like the thing for me is, I'm exactly where, would on both, at the same time. Like, I'm where all the Star Wars fans are at who have just checked out. They're like, I don't hate it, I don't love it, I just don't care anymore. And it's sad.
I still read.
And like
I still read the. Yeah.
I'm just at the point with almost any superhero where I don't give a fuck.
What's up, Shills?
What's up, bitch?
What's up, buddy?
So I'm home.
Oh, sick.
You're home? That's sick.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I mean, I wasn't fired. If that's
okay, good. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, no,
that was what I was worried about.
The storm down here has close court for today and tomorrow, and so we came home.
Sick. There you go.
Are you guys getting the same hurricane that's in Florida, or are you guys getting?
Yeah, so we're getting the top right of it right now, the outer arm. It'll pass through here probably around 8 p.m.
Cool.
Damn, man.
Yeah, Florida's getting hammered.
Press up for Florida, but yeah, no, I mean, I don't care about the MCU. I still read the comics and I still play like the video games, but like otherwise, I don't care about Marvel either. It's like I don't care about the mainline Marvel because they don't care about me. Why should I care about them? So it's like
You can make that. That's why you can make the same argument for a lot of Star Wars fans.
yeah, and that's why.
Are you sure? I mean, we can, Rolo, but you have a shill with you.
That's true. It's got me there.
Daimyo, take care of that.
Oh, he has been this entire freaking stream.
I will say I'm cautiously optimistic about the new DCU. Gunn has said the right things about Superman, but we'll see. I don't trust Gunn after that whole after what happened last year with the whole Black Adam thing. I don't trust him.
Talking about the Superman thing, bro. Do you remember when he went after Josh from Den of Nerds, like straight up, went on a rant on Twitter, like directed at Josh, because Josh was like,
Who?
I heard that James Gunn is, gonna get rid of Henry Cavill, and he was like, you basement dwelling retard or something like that, and just like went off, and I was like, bro. And then
James
guess what?
Gunn
2 weeks,
said-
yes,
Wow.
dude, there's like Josh has a whole video on it of him him and James Gunn going back and forth on Twitter, and he was being a dick, bro. He was being a real big dick, and
Ooh.
And then if you look like 2 weeks later after that, Henry Cavill's not there anymore. Josh was right. So he straight up was lying through his teeth.
Let me put my judge's robe and wig on.
All right, Caleb,
Tribunal.
let me hear it.
Let me pull it up real quick. Not
Oh,
share,
God.
just so I can see it again.
Oh God.
Where is this?
We're
getting close. I can start to smell the dog shit.
I didn't say it,
entitled. I'm entitled to my own opinion. What do you?
Sure. Yeah, you're 100% entitled to your own opinion. It's a wrong opinion, but you're totally entitled to it. What the hell is this?
but
right, it was under Star Wars.
There's like 20 birds on my roof right now.
On your roof.
Yeah.
They
So,
censor
storytelling isn't high on my priority list.
Oh yeah, this
I
I know.
already explained this.
Not well enough. I read the rest of it. Not well enough. Okay, so Attack of the Clones, masterful storytelling. It is. Just because I don't like sand is a bad line doesn't mean it hurts the story.
I said that the Naboo scenes were not all that good either. But
Naboo is Star Wars dog shit. I didn't do it. The Naboo scenes are imperative to the story.
That's true.
You have
I
to
know.
find out what it was that made Anakin decide to break his oath, and that's what it was. That
Natalie
time with
Portman's
Naboo
fine
where
ass.
you got to see a normal life.
Yeah,
True.
I think it there's parts of it that I just think are cringy. But
They can be cringe, but they're still imperative to the story.
I do like Attack of the Clones overall. I just think that there are just parts of it that are just tacky. But that's just me.
Bro, there's parts in A New Hope that are tacky.
Now, hang on, because we're not done yet.
Tashi Station to pick up some power converters.
Because we're not done yet. Because there's another part to the comment.
Oh God.
If I want storytelling, I'll watch Lord of the Rings or Game of Thrones. Which
Yeah.
you are correct. Masterful storytelling until season 8.
Hi, Daryl.
What's up, Daryl?
Daryl, what's up, man?
Yeah, you're right.
But the statement, what that statement says, and this might just be the whole being young thing, but what that statement says is that Star Wars doesn't have masterful storytelling.
No. What I said was taken out of context. Well, not taken out of context, but what I
because
meant
I've got the
was
context right there.
I'm not going into Ahsoka looking for a superb story. If I want a great story to watch, I'll watch Game of Thrones.
Door
I'll
open.
watch,
Put a shirt on, dude.
Hi, Ramen. Quick question. Did you use this?
Liam, what the fuck?
I need to know.
Oh, he has a Liam too. He has a Liam too.
Yeah,
IBO, get that.
that's his brother. No, so Caleb, to your point,
Hang on, Ronnie. I want to explain to Ronnie how truly sorry I am that Liam has been so hurt by your breakup that he has traveled the length of the country to find a new boyfriend.
Leave my brother out of this shit, bro.
You come up here and hit me in the face for that?
No. I don't care enough. No, but I'm saying
punch the judge.
that what happened was, or my thing is, if I want a story-driven movie or show, I'll go watch Game of Thrones or I'll go watch The Lord of the Rings. I'm going to Star Wars for lightsabers. I'm going there for pew pew pew. I'm going there for action. I'm not saying that there's not a story. That's not what I'm saying. That's not why I go there for it. So
So you don't go to Lord of the Rings for action.
My counterpoint
no.
is my counterpoint here, and I said this, I'll make it quick because I said this earlier, but Caleb wasn't here. So A New Hope is a beginning, middle, and end succinct story. They weren't sure if Empire or Return of the Jedi was going to get made. Then he's got, all right, we're making another one. So that was one story. Now it's just been extended to a 3-part story when it was a 1-part story that could have ended right there, right? Then he makes the prequels. Now you have a saga, which is fine. Now, most people would say that is that's masterful storytelling throughout the entire saga, right? But not everybody has the time in their day or even the mental bandwidth, like us nerds do, to sit down and watch a 4-hour Lord of the Rings movie because they want some story. But just like Revenge of the Sith, like I said earlier, you get everything in that. You get an amazing story. You get your lightsabers and your pew-pews. You get space battles. You get romance. You get everything in Revenge of the Sith. You get everything in Lord of the Rings, and you get everything in Game of Thrones, too.
Which is why Lord of the Rings has this thing called the theatrical cut. Because you still get everything.
Exactly.
But, Rolo, to your point about not everyone has time to watch, Game of Thrones is the highest viewed TV show of all time. More people watch the final season of Game of Thrones. More people watch season 3 of Game of Thrones on average than the 14 million Disney is claiming for Ahsoka, the first 2 episodes.
Oh, dude, you're completely correct, but that is a cultural phenomenon. Game of Thrones was a cultural phenomenon.
Not by season 3, it wasn't.
No, by season 3, everybody was watching it.
No. Game of Thrones didn't start breaking out into being the thing until about season 6. Because the big question was, is Jon alive?
Yeah.
That's what made everyone go, oh, maybe I need to watch this.
Yep. That's true because I didn't watch it until season 7 came out. But it really truly was a cultural phenomenon because you had people that weren't fantasy fans whatsoever still watching it.
Oh, we can also go with this. More people watched this season finale, the series finale, and the final season of Downton Abbey than watched the first 2 episodes of Ahsoka.
Yeah, you're a fan of that show, aren't you?
Love Downton Abbey.
Reminds me
I've
of
only ever seen a couple of things, but I love what's her name, the actress who plays McGonagall. She's great.
yeah.
Maggie Smith.
If I'm looking for something to binge, I'll watch it at some point. I've also never seen Breaking Bad, so
You should
Really?
watch it as well.
no, never. I did watch. I was hanging out.
I
with,
haven't either.
I was hanging out with Zach.
You don't have to watch it because it is not the greatest show of all time, but it is a good show.
Yeah, I was hanging out with Zach maybe 2 weeks ago, and he had just started Narcos, and I enjoyed the first couple episodes that we watched. It was pretty good.
Really?
Yeah, I still highly
didn't-
recommend Fargo. Season 4 gets a little bit woke, but like Fargo season 1, 2, and 3, you're fucking immaculate. And if you want to see one of Ewan McGregor's best roles, Fargo season 3, and the girl who plays Hera is in it, because that's how they met, and now they're married. He and Mary Elizabeth Winstead. And if you want to see Hera's ass, it's in it. So,
that's actually
Yeah.
kind of cool.
oh yeah, Ewan McGregor cheated on his wife with her.
Okay, that's not so cool.
He cheated on his wife with her. But that's the thing. Gary made a good point. If you're an actor in Hollywood, just don't get married. Because it's not gonna.
Yeah.
Most of them end in divorce. It's very rare they don't.
Yeah, see, the thing about it, Melkor, is that whenever I think of Downton Abbey, there's a toxic family member that I no longer speak with, and she was always watching that show. So that's
the one I thought you were talking about.
Yep. And so whenever I think of that show, I think of her. And so not that I'm adverse to watching it, but I don't want to go back to thinking about her again. So but I mean
there's a difference. Like if there's a show that you had already liked and somebody ruins it for you because of something they did, I get over it. Like I won't watch it for a little bit and then I'll get over it. Like I'm not gonna watch Star Wars because my ex-girlfriend fucking loved Star Wars.
right.
And then she ended up treating me like shit. You know what I mean? Like I still think about her sometimes, like when I watch it, but I'm like, fuck that bitch. My shit. I gave you Star
man.
Wars, bro. That's mine.
Right. Like you got her into it. And
Yeah.
then So
Same thing with Lord of the Rings, bro. Like I'm never gonna not watch Lord of the Rings and not watch like Harry Potter or Jurassic Park or any of the movies or shows that I love because somebody else, I have memories of them around it. But I guess if it's something that you've never seen, I can see where you're coming from.
yeah, I just would prefer to not go back to that time in my life because that was a time in my life that I didn't really like much. So
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm sorry that this show just got kind of dark. Back on to fun things. So
Yes, let's
Caleb,
talk more about how you are a shill.
did you?
You said fun things.
So I want to ask you, what did you overall think of
Yo, pull up
this
Jake's
episode?
comment.
Wait, what? I had trouble watching the Kardashians. Everything was rolling, and I split. Yo, Jake, we have to get
Me
you
too,
on the
Jake.
pod,
Me
bro.
too. I can't watch him anymore either. As he's in a picture with his girlfriend. Goober.
I'm telling you, Melvin.
Oh no, it's gonna be the RG or RoloRome cast are Disney shills.
That'd be hilarious.
That would be funny as fuck, dude.
Dude, that'd be so fucking funny.
We know some knights, and I was telling them that they need to get other knights to come in here and yell at Roman. They said that would be too mean.
I know.
I can take it.
I know a knight or two can come in, and I
Would
know
you
a lot
get
of
them
people
on?
that watch them. I'm just trying
So
to.
what were you getting ready to ask?
Yeah.
I was gonna ask you, Caleb, what you overall thought of last night's episode.
You know, I yesterday morning I woke up to go to work, and I go and I perform my morning ablutions. And I had to sit there for a little while because it was quite, I had a lot to eat the night before. And that was more fun than the shit that I watched last night.
Damn.
Yo.
Damn, bro.
That was funny.
It was lazy writing. Nothing happened. Literally, everyone in the story is now caught up to where we are.
That's
really just what Dog said.
Yeah.
That's like just what. Yeah.
See,
It's
I think
boring. The fact that a minute and a half of Ray Stevenson was the best part of the episode.
Yep. I don't even think it was a minute and a half.
Well, you would be the judge of how long a minute and a half is.
Hey, 38 seconds is 38 seconds. I'm satisfied. I'm kidding.
Roland, stop. You're not helping yourself.
I'm kidding. But my thing with that episode, real quick, Caleb, is like my biggest, other than the midichlorian shit in the beginning, my biggest gripe is if you have a ship disabled in space and a Jedi stands on it, first of all, it's disabled, so you don't have to do flybys anymore. At all. In fact, you could stop 500 meters away and just light them up. Don't worry about
Daimyo, let me kick him for that shit.
What did he say?
Or USC Carolina will lose.
Oh, don't get into college football talk around these dudes. I'm telling
I'll
you.
beat the shit out of you, Wade.
You should hear when Dog and Caleb got at it.
Now we actually have to win.
Wait a second. Dog and Caleb got into a fight?
No,
over it?
Talk about it.
But
No,
yeah,
you see, Dog wouldn't want to fight me because I'll kick Dog's ass.
Oh shit!
No, see, it's funny because no, I wouldn't.
I mean, like Dog's a veteran, so like I wouldn't mess with him.
Have you seen that man's arms? Are like footballs.
To be fair, I know several veterans who I could kick their ass. Dogs just happens to be a United States Marine who knows how to take the fuck out of someone.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's the reason. That's the reason that I couldn't kick his ass. Not because he's a vet.
I've got Carolina by 10. I thought, to be fair, Daimyo would catch it. Wait, just stop, bro. Just like,
I think this is almost fun for Wade. He just keeps switching to different channels. It's like he's reloading with a new clip.
He's just making like Daimyo work, bro. Like
pretty much. He's thinking Daimyo have to stay here.
Yeah, because like Daimyo's mission is to like make sure that Wade cannot get a single word in. Like
yeah, right now we're like watching a battle go on. Wade is a cook.
Wade is a cook.
Maybe
Wade is a beta cook.
Well, I mean, you gotta wonder about why he's got 8 different accounts.
It's a good point.
Starting to wonder if we know where those 500 subs came from.
We know where 8 of them came from. 7 of them.
Are you saying that he's botted?
I'm kidding.
Absolutely. I would never accuse someone of that.
So, Caleb, we know that next episode we're getting that fight in the woods. It has to be.
Well, now I think you're giving them too much credit.
I just hope that more entertaining storyline than Ahsoka is Wade versus Daimyo.
Again, the shit I took yesterday morning was more entertainment than that.
Invite Wade to the dojo.
Okay. Yes, Daimyo, do it.
They can perform seppuku. He's dishonorable family.
So
Did you say
So
what I thought you said?
Yeah.
Maybe don't say that on YouTube.
You just said I'll beat the shit out of you.
Yeah, I didn't tell someone to made a bad thing.
Neither did I.
You didn't say Sapaku?
Oh, his account in the
Oh.
in the Discord.
Pre-game show tonight. Pre-game for what?
Yeah.
isn't Gamio doing his show
I
tonight?
don't know.
or-
Are we? He isn't texting me.
Well, maybe you're not. Maybe you're not the person tonight, huh?
Maybe
Awesome.
not.
You just
I can't wait for
assume-
50.
You know, it's his
Can't
channel, not yours.
Oh,
I
I
cannot
know.
wait for. I can't wait for 50 next week. That's just gonna be fun. Oh, so
Well, I just got a Iron Throne in.
Oh yeah, let's go.
This thing's actually kind of
Ooh.
heavy.
What's it made of?
But,
Diecast?
It's made of the 1,000 swords of Aegon's enemies.
That shit must be tall.
Your mom's tall.
She's average.
I mean, she's not short.
Your average height for a woman her age.
One day we'll see his mom.
One day, not today.
Tonight, mate, probably not. I don't know. It depends. Honestly, if you're able, I think I'd rather do it Friday after John's stream. But yeah. Oh, we knew that, Daimyo. We
Yeah,
already knew that.
you've told me that. Yeah, so Ahsoka. I might be giving them too much credit for next week's episode, but I feel like it has to happen. Like, what are they going to do? Walk around? Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they just walked around through the woods and that's the end of the episode. I
You know what we should really talk about?
What?
So, anybody get on Twitter yesterday?
Only for a little bit?
Anybody see the school and the kid?
No.
Oh, okay. Let's pull this up. Pull up the clip, Jerry.
Jamie, pull that up. I don't know. He's not doing his job. It's Melkor X.
Yeah, and I'll call it X, eventually. But
Yeah,
you can tell me what to do when Hellfreeze is over. So suck it.
Yeah, what the heck happened? Like, what now?
No,
now
I'm
that
just
people are
kidding,
talking about
Melkor.
it, what happened?
Melkor knows I love him.
You better
This is
love him
what
as a Dark Lord.
happened.
Apologies, gang. There's something apparently.
Hold up. Please highlight Daimyo's.
Yeah, before he deletes it.
Yeah, before he deletes this, highlight this. Daimyo.
When does that happen for you?
Explain.
Tommy, I wasn't aware that ever happened for you.
Yeah, that was. Damir gets cooch. I doubt it.
He's a pretty fun guy. Did you find it, Caleb?
Yes. So. Let's just make sure nothing weird is on my. Nope.
Yes, Damir, I've heard of pussy.
Okay. So here we go, everybody. This kid was studying the American Revolution, and
What happened?
came to school with this backpack with a little gas and flag patch right down here, right here. If you're not aware, commies like Roman might not know. The Gaston flag is a yellow banner with a snake curled up on it,
Don't
with the words "Don't tread on
Don't
me."
tread on me.
underneath it. Yes, the
I know what
flag
it
was
means.
created by Christopher Gatson in 1775 after the formation of the United States Navy.
Yep.
Christopher Gaston was a delegate from the state of South Carolina and from the colony of South Carolina, and served on the Continental Congress until early 1776, when he was recalled to become the general of the South Carolina militia to defend Charleston from the British, which he did successfully. And then, we had to surrender 2 years later. But so that all happened, and he created the flag for Commodore Hopkins, who was the ranking Commodore at the time, and naval tradition said that the captain of a ship would have his own moniker, his own banner.
Yeah.
And so he created that for Commodore Hopkins. And it flew on the first flagship of the United States Navy, the USS Alfred, and was raised by future American hero John Paul Jones, who was the first lieutenant of the USS Alfred. And this kid showed up to class with that on his backpack and was told by a teacher, I believe, of the Vanguard school that he had to remove it. And so they went through a whole thing and ended up in a parent-teacher conference. I think it was a parent-teacher conference where I'm assuming the parent was filming the thing. She like hit a camera in the stroller or something. And the teacher is heard saying that you have to remove that flag because of its origins with slavery and the slave trade. The slave trade began in 1654. So I'm shocked how the origin of the slave trade has anything to do with the flag that was created in 1775. But what's even better is, as you read through this, and this email I can promise you was sent in hopes of preventing litigation.
Yeah.
Dear Vanguard families, last week a student came to school with patches affixed to his backpack with a half dozen patches, blah, 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 blah. Gaston flag told to be removed. Upon learning of these events today, the Vanguard School Board of Directors called an emergency meeting from Vanguard's
emergency meeting.
Yeah,
emergency.
Loudly supported our Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the ordered liberty that all Americans have enjoyed for almost 250 years. The Vanguard School recognizes the historical significance of the Gaston flag and its place in history. This incident is an occasion for us to reaffirm our deep commitment to the classical education in support of these American principles. At this time, the Vanguard School Board and the district have informed the students' families that he may attend school with the Gaston flag patch visible in his backpack. The reason this is such a big deal is because in 1976, the Des Moines School District tried to force students not to wear black armbands in protest of the war in Vietnam, and the Tinker family sued the Des Moines School District, went all the way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ruled that as long as clothing does not affect teaching, they can wear whatever the fuck they want.
Yep.
So Vanguard is praying that all they have to do is write a small check, because if this family sues, they will write a very big check.
Yes. As they should, because it's not like the kid had a swastika. Or something that was literally hateful. Like, that's not, it's like, just because something was created.
And a reminder of the wrong swastika, because the original swastika is a Hindu symbol of equality, I believe.
Equality and peace.
So the one that the Nazis use is
That's why it's tilted.
Right?
I think it's like flipped on its y-axis.
Yes, because they took the Hindu and Buddhist symbol for equality and peace and tilted it on its angle because it was to represent their new form of equality and peace, from my understanding, which was
I have
obviously
nothing.
genocide.
I have nothing against the "Don't Tread on Me" flag. I don't see anything wrong.
I think it's a completely valid statement too. Don't tread on me. Freedom. Leave me the fuck alone.
Christopher Gatson is also a direct ancestor of mine.
That's what I saw you tweet yesterday.
Yep.
I did see that.
This year, no, no. I don't think that's really accurate.
Well, address it. Why is he wrong? I have no dog in this communication between the two of y'all.
Well, we have a dog in the chat though.
He's wrong. He's wrong in the sense that he is saying that as if his preferred candidate did not increase NSA spying. So if he were to come out and say that happening was wrong, I could take what he said there seriously. Whereas with me, I think that it's a decent argument that there are just certain things that just people are just better on. But hey,
I missed that last word. There are certain things that people what?
That people are just better on.
Bitter?
Oh shit.
There are certain things that people are what?
Better on.
I think we should highlight Star Wars Dog's comment.
Let me address this.
On snake.
I'm specifically saying what I'm reiterating what you had said.
Yeah.
And my point being has nothing to do with my candidate of what I don't really understand why you even brought that up. I'm talking about the two different parties, not candidates, not presidential candidates.
I think it's okay. Well, I think that one party is more so for taking away the rights of people than others are.
Yeah, that's the Democratic Party right now. Maybe in the past it was the Republicans, but right now, what we're dealing with the Democrats, they are suppressing the freedom of speech. They are suppressing our rights. I mean, it's obvious, right?
I mean, COVID kind of proved that to a lot of people, I think.
Right, and the argument can be said Trump was the one who instated that, but at the very beginning, but we didn't know what was happening. Once we did know, all those mandates are, and now we're about to deal with a second round of mandates that are being implemented.
Some places already
hope so, because I'd love to start a war over that shit.
Bro, if they start lockdowns again, I think there will be actual riots going on.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
They rioted in Australia.
Dude, that was wild. Even the firemen
they rioted in Australia, and they're lacking something in Australia that we have here. Don't say it out loud.
One very big factor.
I was just
fuck yeah.
Just for the record, I actually am not for any type of a mandate, because I think that people should be able to do whatever they want to with, their own bodies and stuff. That's just my personal view on it. But I think that in certain, to Damio's point, yes, I think that if you're looking at it, yeah, I think that in certain ways the parties have flipped. Yes. Yeah. But I think that there's also just there's no good party though. That's also another thing too, is that it's they're both evil, but I think that, and I'm not saying that the Democrats are good. I'm saying that what the party should be is better than what they currently are, but I still think that some of what they have done, not everything, but some, like me personally, I think it's good that we got out of the Afghanistan war. I think it's good that we did an infrastructure bill. I don't see anything wrong with that.
So do you think it's good that we pulled out and left all the people we made promises to and all the babies that were crushed during the riots while we were pulling out?
I think that
actual children that were crushed on the ground.
Hang on, don't use hyperbole.
Yeah, I think it's yes and no.
Let's be respectful of whose stream it is.
I'm also one of those people that believes that right now,
I don't care.
Right now, more than anything, we need to worry about our own country, in my opinion. Quite frankly, because we are.
Careful, guys! Ronnie's in the chat.
My YouTube just crashed on my phone. We are in a very bad state right now in our own country.
I agree.
I think that we need to worry about that.
Which is partly why I think that. So, to Daimyo's point, I think that pulling out of Afghanistan, it would have been a mess no matter who was in office.
Oh, I disagree with that. I think the current commander-in-chief doesn't have a freaking idea of what he's doing.
Star Wars Dog is in here. What's going on, dog?
Well.
Oh, that's what I was like. We know he's in here, but you meant in the video. Okay.
So to Daimyo's point about Afghanistan and leaving, as somebody who went over there and fought, so I agree with the notion that we didn't need to remain there, but Daimyo is absolutely correct in the manner that we pulled out and announced to the world the dates that we were going to leave. It created a vacuum, and it's because even when I was there, I was a part of retrograding the base that I was on.
Yeah.
We were shipping everything back. I even physically, with a bulldozer, pushed in the base and made it smaller.
Yeah.
Just flat out leaving, and that was the issue with why we were there so long, because how do you actually leave? Now, the way we did it was incorrect, and resulted in devastation and loss of life. But yeah, in general, being there was not a good idea either. Yeah. So it's kind of double edged. So.
Right.
Yeah. I think I'm just against any type of conflict that doesn't I think no matter what party was in power, we were in Afghanistan for far too long, and I think Caleb will probably correct me if I'm wrong here. I don't know if we're still in Iraq, but I think that if we are there still, that we should also get out of there too. And I know that in the Ukraine war, I know that we have troops there. I'm not stupid, and I think that we should get out of there too.
Careful.
I don't think that we should
YouTube doesn't like that.
I don't care what YouTube likes. I think that there should be. I think we need to fix our own problems first before we worry about policing the whole world. I think that's what it should be first, because
I think most Americans agree on that right now.
Yes, like our country is literally falling apart, and we're worried about a small little sliver of land. Why?
And the reason they're doing that is, in my opinion, the military-industrial complex. More money.
Definitely that.
We need to help. More money going into it.
Well, it's also because Biden probably feels like he owes the Ukraine a favor because of what they did for Hunter. That's also probably it too.
I believe we've spent more more money to Ukraine than we did the entire time we were in Iraq.
Yes. Yeah.
Already, we've already. That's absurd. Like, you can't tell me there's something fishy going on. And the whole manner of it starting, and no defense to Putin. He's done bad things.
Yeah, of course.
Fuck him.
I have no.
And
Robot.
and it said, "Do not."
You're roboting.
Am I better?
Yeah, you're better.
Yeah.
Gotta go to work, guys.
All right.
All right,
See you
Damian.
later.
Don't electrocute yourself.
Thank you,
Damian.
sir.
Thanks for
Late.
popping on, brother.
Dude,
Yep,
sir.
thanks for having me on for 2 minutes.
am I still robotic?
No, you're good, dude.
Late, guys.
You're fine now, man.
Okay.
Later, brother.
See you, bud.
Yeah, Melkor.
But no, NATO.
Yeah, my bad. You first, dog.
No. Yeah, NATO and the U.S. meddling in Ukraine and overthrowing the Ukrainian government to put in a American leadership in there. Like, Russia drew a hard line in the sand. Do not fuck with Ukraine, and we've done nothing but fuck with it and poke the bear the whole time. Like,
Yep.
It's
Well, I think it's
there's something fishy going on, and somebody's getting rich.
That's always what it is, though, dog. It's always that
Exactly what
someone is
happened
getting
with.
rich.
It's exactly what happened with COVID-19 too. Something fishy going on. People are getting rich. Who got rich? Big Pharma and the government.
Well, farmers always get rich.
I'm curious.
Rich.
I'm curious what hindsight's going to look like in 10 years.
Yep.
When we find out that it was purposely released.
Bro, when our grandkids are in school, their history books are going to be wild.
Camio,
Well,
we have literally
history is greatly distorted by some.
That's true. However, I do think this whole era of Hollywood and the culture war and shit like that will be in history books. 100%.
I'll say this, with COVID ramping back up and mandates being threatened to be re-released, isn't it super fucking convenient that once again Donald Trump is running for president and once again it's right before an election?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's gonna.
Isn't that freaking convenient?
That might help him though.
Just a little bit.
That might help him though. That might help him though, because now
it worked last time to steal the election from him.
Right, but like my whole point is though, he could now say, "Well, Biden, he can't handle it either." He could also say,
You still have the main issue of mail-in votes, which is how they were able to produce fucking random votes in your own state. 200,000 votes and 2 a.m. Like, what? Get the fuck out of here. Finding votes in a closet. Like, what are we? What's going on? Like,
wait, didn't somebody actually say that? They found votes? Yeah.
They said the same thing in 2016 though, when Trump won too, and it found out that Trump was not cheating. So I think the second that we stop having faith in our elections is when
our democracy is broken.
Well, yeah,
we're losing our rights.
We are a
democracy is broken. Well, same thing. Well, it's not. But it's not. But you know what I'm.
I know what you're saying. I get.
What I'm trying to come across with.
Meanings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
exactly what you're saying.
It's broken. The trust is gone. Whether or not it actually works the way it's supposed to, I don't believe it does. You might believe that it does, but I don't believe it does.
No, I think the trust is absolutely gone.
I don't think the government works the way that it should either, but I think that just
the safeguards work pretty well.
And I think that now
because we allowed the federal government to do too much shit. This all started in the 30s when we passed I think it was the 30s when we passed the fucking what is it, the 17th Amendment that made senators elected by the people.
Yeah.
People are too dumb to elect senators.
Well, and where's the scrutiny on how these people are making their money outside of office? Like, there's such insider trading. Like, it should be a public service to represent the people of your district, of your state.
Yeah, exactly.
Not a fucking career
Agreed.
path that you make millions of dollars by insider trading. Like,
Right. Yeah.
Thanks, Wade.
but the problem is both sides have people that dabble in that, so that's going to be safeguarded and protected. So that's not going away.
But something that I think though too is that I think that both of the parties have the same donors. It's kind of just that the one party has different social views than the other party, but they're both basically the same when it comes to like economics. I feel like, at least that's my view.
Yeah,
I think that like
the vast majority of the blue hairs that are up there, yes, for sure.
I think that there's a lot of I also think that they use the culture war as a way to distract us from them fucking us over in terms of like economics.
Absolutely. It used to just be nerds arguing in a comic book shop or in a forum online or an Xbox party. Now it's everything is political. If you don't like an episode of Ahsoka, it becomes political.
Right, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it always has been a fine line between politics and pop culture. That line is...
Well, it's like what Breitbart said. Andrew Breitbart said, politics flows downhill from culture.
Yeah,
it's true.
Well, now that line's gone. It's just completely... Everything's political. I mean, I think Gina proved that. Like,
well, not only that, how can it not be? When you have the people producing the culture, right?
Putting their own agenda in there.
Yep. It can't not be.
It used to be that you would want to make your story. You wouldn't be putting all of your own politics and thoughts and feelings in there. And of course you would for some things, but when adapting stuff like Peter Jackson, of course, we didn't put any of our own messaging in there. Only Tolkien's, right? If you're making your own thing, put your own messaging in there. That's fine. But like it's still doesn't work with Star Wars these days or Marvel these days because that's not really your own thing. And if anything, just because you have the rights to it, it belongs to the fans first.
I think a main issue is too because every piece of entertainment, novel, and story, it all has values. Like, the heroic character that upholds freedom, but I think politically we're so divided too that there are some, like when freedom is now it's not really the issue, but I'm using freedom as an example. If people don't agree with freedom and believe that we should be ruled, then those people have an issue with it. And the people that are like, what are you talking about? This is, these are good values here of freedom. Then you have the issue. That's the kind of line that I'm seeing is, it's complete different moral spectrum, complete different side.
Yeah. And that's, again, I still think that's just the loud minorities because not the majority. Because the majority of people just want to be fucking left alone and live their lives. Most of the time, yes, like we'll vote, whatever. But nobody wants to be talking politics every day. And most people just want
to
come home and watch a football game. Like,
hell yeah.
Like we don't.
Y'all brought up riots earlier. Hell, a lot of protesters and riots. It's all for the most part. It's usually Democrats and people like that. and the classic joke as well. The conservatives and Republicans are too busy working to protest and riot.
Well, the funnier one is every day before Election Day, you always hear. So the expectation is that, the Democrats going to gain a very early lead, and then the Republicans are going to get off work and go vote.
Yeah, that's a good one, too.
That's funny. I gotta grab my phone here before I kill this computer. Yeah, we live in a really interesting fucking time, I'll tell you that.
I think that they use the social bullshit as a way for us to not think, wait a second, in terms of economics, we're all being screwed over. I think that is a way to it's a way to divide us that's easy, because I think now I can't speak for this because I don't generally go outside of my own bubble. I should more, but I think that if I walked up to like a random schmo and I asked him A, B, and C, do you think we should have this, this, and this? I think 7 out of 10 people might say yes, but
Well,
I think
it depends on what A, B, and C are.
Yeah.
Also depends on where you're asking. If you go to a college campus, you'll probably get different answers.
Well,
that's very true.
I'm saying, I would ask, should we have a living wage so that, people that work can pay their rent? Because I know that where I live, they can raise my rent anytime that they want to.
That's a different question then.
Right.
Well, I'm saying my mom works 60 hours a week and we are barely making it, and we live in a 2-bedroom apartment, rents $1,400. They just raised it without telling us a month and a half ago, and they're just legally allowed to.
Because the dollar ain't shit.
Yeah,
the dollar isn't shit. It's not about everything's gotten so much more expensive, and ours haven't gone up. So there's the problem isn't really that our wages need to increase, because what happens then? Then they're going to increase the price of everything else, because now it's going to cost more to pay your people to make products or whatever, and to transport product. I'm in a fucking tractor right now. All the shipping and stuff, truck drivers are going to make more money. Guess what? It's going to cost more to haul your freight of random stuff, even stuff that's made overseas cheaper. It's all going to keep increasing. So doing a living wage or increasing the minimum wage, even, it doesn't do what you think it would do.
And who's
because everything else is going to have to get expensive, right?
Yeah,
I don't want to sound
you can't just shit out money.
But who's going to pay for that?
Well,
now if we start making products,
so that the guy that lives in the apartment next to me that doesn't want to work doesn't have to work.
That too.
Yeah.
That too. You're going to incentivize people to not work.
Happen. There's a reason there are still jobs that need filling prior to COVID, and it's that didn't need filling prior to COVID because people got so much fucking money from these dumbass states. South Carolina added $700 a check to our benefits.
Yeah.
Why would I work if I could qualify for that?
Right.
That's so dumb. When the Pilgrims got off the fucking Mayflower, the reason they succeeded is because they had to. There was nothing else. They couldn't go back.
Yeah.
They had to succeed right there. And William Bradford made it a point of public shaming or public punishment if someone decided not to work. They didn't get to eat.
You have to contribute.
Well,
It's
I
the
think
tragedy
that
of the commons.
Yeah,
I think that people should. So I'm not for people being able to government leech. I think that if someone works an adequate amount of hours, there should be a safety net. That's just my view.
No,
I think that
no,
The
I
dollar needs to be
disagree.
stronger.
Yes, but the safety. Listen, yeah, a lot of us, if something were to happen, we have family to fall back on, and historically, that safety net was the church, right? But that's gone away, and I'm not a religious man, but like that's gone away out of our culture. That was the safety net. That too, but I don't know. There's something to be said about taking responsibility for your own life and your own family's life, and if again the dollar needs to be stronger in general because now, yeah, I'm finally comfortable. And when I was making 25 and 28 an hour, we weren't very comfortable. We were pretty tight.
28 a year.
Yeah, that's right. but really, we probably could have downsized some things. We could have got used vehicles. We could make adjustments to be a little better off. But we wanted a certain lifestyle as well. But now we're feeling better. I don't know, man. The issue is the dollar, and it not increasing the value, just killing it.
So I want to ask though. So then, do you guys think that, say that someone goes into the hospital or something, and say that they have to get like a life-saving operation, and it's something that's not their fault, and then their insurance company says, well, you didn't have to go, so we're going to make you pay for it, and you're going to get interest on it monthly, despite the fact that what happened to you was not your own fault. And now this person's a 22-year-old person who works full time but cannot pay his medical bills. Do you think that's fair? Because I don't. I don't think that's fair.
No, it's not fair, and you can easily fix that but the problem is everyone's dumb. In the United States, hospitals, which are what are they called? Nonprofits,
businesses,
which are about 98% of the hospitals in the country, are required by law to have cost-saving programs in place. And one of those things is, as long as you are a person or a household that makes less than 400% of the U.S. poverty line, which is like $28,000. So times 4. Let's all bring our calculators out. $108,000 a year. You are eligible to write off medical expenses up to a certain percent, and depending on how much above the poverty line you are at. So let's say you make $33,000 a year. You could probably write off. You can probably just tell the hospital, "I'm not going to pay it," and here's the form to say why I don't have to. But
there's also a problem with that.
People don't read. They don't go, "Hey, let's do a Google search. How do I refinance my medical debt? How do I cancel medical debt?"
Yeah, so
I think you also run the issue too, because ideally it would be nice, like say we're the community off the Mayflower, right? And you have a medically practiced person, right? They wouldn't charge people to fix them, but the community would take care of them, right? The issue with that, like if we were to do something like that, where the hospitals are set up, when you have an issue or something, you don't pay anything, it's taken care of by the community. So that being taxpayers and the government. The issue with that is our government competent to do that? Because I say no.
No. And to Caleb's point there with the medical thing, dealing with that firsthand right now because of my dad hasn't been able to work since he had cancer 3 years ago. He's just been in and out of the hospital ever since then, you know? So we've had to
Short time disability is pretty good to have.
That's what he is doing. But when it comes to our medical expenses, I mean, he just had a massive procedure on August 7th or 8th. He went back into the hospital on the 7th for emergency surgery. And the hospital straight up told us, and it's one of the most prestigious hospitals in the country. It's Penn in Philadelphia. And they told him straight up, you can apply for it to help with the medical bills, but you might not get it for months because there's so many other people applying for it right now. So it works and it doesn't. But
no, it still works.
Just might not help you for months.
You also ask. Also, one of the other things you do is that you ask for an itemized receipt, and then you can also. I don't want. You can also.
Shouldn't have to do that though.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree with that. But that's
I wasn't thinking of that.
That's a problem on them, and not really a problem with.
I was a little bit
money.
I was a little bit doped up. I wasn't really thinking about that. I was just trying to get home, but
the upcharge too that the hospitals and insurance companies do on products and services are astronomical too.
Dude, well, and that's a problem with that system. Hang on, I need to make sure he's not back in here.
Dude, I got
a fucking EpiPen is stupid expensive compared to what it costs to make one.
Yeah,
like the profit margin is huge.
Yep, and that is a problem on them. Hang on.
How much for those glasses?
So my insurance covered 190 of them. They were $324. Now, they said that it was because I haven't gone to get my eyes checked, but I go every 2 years. But they feel like because I don't go every year, that it's not important for me to get to that. It's not that I don't feel like my vision's important, so that's why they don't want to pay for it. They find any reason to not pay for anything. So now to Caleb's point, I am gonna fight what happened. I should not be paying that. I should not be paying that much money, but it shouldn't cost that much money. It is insane for something that was not my fault that I have to pay that much money for it. I get that doctors need to be paid, and I get the hospitals need to be run. But I'm a 22-year-old guy. What do they want from me? They
want you to eat your carrots.
What you should start doing is asking for a bill, and then saying, "Oh, I have insurance."
Yeah, no.
Because what you need to know is, and this is another thing that no one tells you, is when you go to a hospital or a pharmacy or a doctor's office and you say, I have insurance, you walk them out of being able to work with you.
My insurance company said that what I was going through was not life-threatening. So they said that
it was though.
Right.
They said that I didn't need to go to the They said I didn't need to go to the hospital, so I basically wasted money. So that's why they weren't paying for it.
But you're not listening to me. When you go to a doctor's office, don't tell them you have insurance. Ask for the bill. Say, I'm going to pay in cash. And then when you get the bill, it's going to be less because they charge less on cash. When you go to a pharmacy and
They
you,
make up a price with the insurance companies.
yeah,
They
well,
literally
no,
make up prices.
They don't make up a price. The insurance company gives them a price. So the insurance company, like always, is the villain in this story.
Yeah.
The insurance company is the one that dictates what the price of things are. And so
Biggest
that's
rip
why
off
if you go up to a pharmacy and you say, hey, I have a prescription for Adderall, and you pull your debit card out or you pull cash out, they're going to charge you, $9. If you pull your insurance card out, they're going to charge you $42 because the insurance is going to pay $32 of that or a percentage of that. And all that's how that shit works. Stop telling these people that you have insurance. Find out what the price is and then go, oh, by the way, I have insurance.
Yeah.
That's smart.
Is
there any way to know how much a person pays for health insurance throughout their lifetime?
I mean, you could do simple addition on your premiums.
Well, is there an average you can look up real quick? Because I'm curious if.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm curious if most people end up getting their money's worth in general. Because I feel like it's a huge ripoff.
Yeah.
Oh no, dude.
Like at least with car insurance, if you do wreck your car, which
insurance companies
happens.
are like.
Yeah.
Okay, people with now I'm reading this the first time I'm reading it out loud, so we'll find out how great it is. People with employer-sponsored health insurance are expected to spend on average of $3,100 a year on monthly premiums, $1,300 on out-of-pocket costs, and $776 on co-insurances. I'm not really I don't know what co-insurance is. I assume it's the people that have two separate policies. This is from Synchrony. Over the course of 61 years, the adult lifetime of someone who lives to 79, that adds up to $321,000.
Damn.
Well, so here's the
saying
thing.
If you don't get cancer, you never even get close to that.
So the problem with using this is we're assuming 61 times 12 is...
Assuming the rates don't go up either.
Yep.
So we're assuming 732 payments for co-insurance. I think 321 is probably a little high. It's probably closer to 3, maybe 280. So, and again, the main problem is most of the numbers we hear about, and this is what the hospital wanted to charge my dying grandmother for her 2-night stay in the I almost said hotel in the hospital. The problem is well, that dying grandmother has insurance, and that's how much that costs for the insurance. So we don't hear about how much it costs for the person that paid in cash.
Right.
Insurance though still costs a crazy amount of money though. Just to like.
I mean, to that point, like, you guys know what happened to like my dog recently, so she had to go to the vet, right?
Are we talking about this again?
My mom found out that the pet insurance that we were paying for, and she's a healthy, very healthy dog. She only had to go to the vet for another reason. And we're paying $90 a month for basically her entire life. And she only goes to the vet for a checkup one time. Like one time a year.
You know what? Right. I can't believe Davia is the only one that caught that.
No, I caught that. I just ignored you.
Yeah, no one even reacted.
I just ignored you. Okay, yeah, so we canceled it because like,
what were we saying?
it does not helping us at all. Like it didn't help with the boost whatsoever of her recent vet bill. Not at all. So like,
I
what the
might
fuck is the
be a
point of it?
little dead inside.
You? No.
Oh,
But
you? No. Oh.
health
Nah,
insurance
Caleb.
is a racket.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is.
Because
Think
look,
I'll have-
here, I loved my dog. I loved her.
It's a fucking scam. Yeah.
But they're like $20 at the local shelter. Just go get another one.
Oh,
God. Oh God.
No, that's not how it works.
No.
When we had to put my dog down, I cried. I was upset. But I moved on.
As you do.
Honestly, Damio, I kind of feel the same way. Nah. But like
don't approve of that message, dog.
No. No. No, my dogs are like family though.
Yep.
I have a cat that I love.
Oh, hang on. He's fucking back.
Very, very much.
How many times do we have to do this before he just gives up?
I told you this is like the most interesting battle.
How many times do we have to teach you a lesson, old man?
Old man. That's how I feel every time
people.
That's how I feel every time that I watch like a Biden press conference. I'm like, how many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? You could always just eat it. Don't let good meat go to waste. Amio, listen, you're fucked up, but
well, with a cat, you don't have to worry about it. You just open the door.
Nah, but I do feel like insurance companies.
My dog had cancer. I'm not eating cancer meat.
God damn.
Why not?
That shit probably affects you.
No balls, you won't.
I know tuberculosis in the meat.
Well, yeah, that's why the cow industry and the cattle industry in the UK is going through shit right now because the UK doesn't let you kill badgers, and badgers carry TB and infect cows. And so if you get a single cow infected, you can't. You have to put it down. You have to put down any that end up being affected with cow TB, which is different from people TB.
Right.
And it's
and
they refuse to do studies, and they refuse to allow farmers to hunt badgers.
Yeah,
because they're afraid the badgers will get the feelings hurt. Fucking commies.
That used to be a huge. It was a really now. Don't get me wrong. I'm all good for conservation and shit like that. I'm an environmental scientist, but the badger trade was very important for a long time, and the killing of badgers was extremely important in England for a really long time. So they made it illegal.
I don't understand the whole.
I'm a Ravenclaw Melkor.
I don't understand.
That I use to describe Ravenclaws.
I don't understand the whole
bundle of
the whole I don't get the whole vegan thing. It's like y'all are eating.
They're not real people.
Like
I have an exception for that when it comes to Buddhists. That's my exception.
Yeah,
it still doesn't make sense.
I still don't agree with it. That's my exception.
Aren't they eating the earth though?
Really
like
dude, the worst thing. What were we talking about the other night, dog? I think it was you and me. We were talking about the people that
communist
people that make their dogs vegan. Like my
Everyone's
dog's
vegan. How stupid they are.
That's literal animal abuse.
Yeah, it's animal abuse. Making your child vegan is child abuse.
Yeah, because you need that stuff when you're young, especially. You need it. That's why we have the 5 major food groups.
Well, let's hang on about that.
Well, that's changed. That's changed.
Have you seen that shit lately?
No. It's been a long time since I was in elementary school.
What was it? The USFD? No, the USDA.
Maybe.
They certify good steaks. I know that.
Yeah, they released their latest like good food, bad food stuff, and they had like a box of Captain Crunch in the A+ section, and a good old steak in the D section.
Fuck you.
Said that red meat was worse for you than Captain Crunch.
I don't know if that's true.
They just want us to be fat.
It's not true.
They just
it's
want
not
us
true
to be
at all.
fat.
Red meat is one of the best things you can eat.
In moderation.
Yes. Again,
Yeah,
look,
like
you can eat whatever the fuck you want as long as you eat it in moderation. My that's always been my issue. You know, the whole moderation part.
you can't have
getting the meat sweats and shit.
you can't have like, you know, a bacon burger every single day, but you can have it like maybe like.
I mean, you can. You just die by the time you're 45.
Clogging the arteries.
Yeah.
I got 18 years to fix my life.
You can fix it. I got faith in you.
For that.
Oh,
Yeah.
Speaking of, you've been keeping up with your fasting still, or that kind of fall away?
Yeah, but mostly just because I have to go to bed by like 9 o'clock now, and I don't eat until
so it's even more natural.
Do what?
I said, so it's even more natural now.
Yeah, it's so fucking annoying. I hate my schedule now.
Bro, half the time you're like, I go to bed at 9 o'clock, and I'm watching X-Wing, and it's like 11:30, and Caleb's like, yeah, dude, I agree. Chat. I'm like, go to bed.
Yeah, that's always been really difficult for me. Every time he goes live, I'm like, God damn it, I have to go to bed.
I know, right?
A lot of
I'm just happy. I'm happy that his stuff now is going to be. Ooh, big yawn, big
Cheryl.
That was a good one.
I'm expired.
52. I'm expired. To Damio's point, though, a lot of meat that we get, they actually probably like process that shit too. Like,
well, that's why you gotta know
injected
where
with hormones.
You gotta know what farms are good.
Yep.
All this stuff is coded on the damn packaging. You can look at the packaging.
Yeah, man, I don't read that shit.
What?
Or you can pick up a bow or a gun and go get your own meat.
Well, yes, I agree, but you know, farmers tend to frown on you hunting cow.
Depends on your hunter.
They're quite easy to get, quite hard to get out of the field.
Yeah, exactly.
Golden Knights. I love this show. It is the perfect evolution of beard growth. Thank you.
Oh, that's funny. Good one.
Cameo, shut the fuck up. Cheerios are healthy. Okay?
I would have a luxurious one.
They are
size
healthy.
wouldn't come in all white trashy.
And one of the better cereals to eat, but they're still, you know, processed, and you know, it's not honey. It's not like natural honey. It's
No. I'm talking about plain ass Cheerios.
Oh.
They say that that's good for your heart.
Hold up. You eat plain Cheerios?
Yes.
Man, this fucker.
What kind of monster are you?
Dude, at least eat Honey Nut Cheerios.
That's like
I could drop elbows on some Honey Nut Cheerios.
Right? Man, I love me some Honey Nut Cheerios.
I feel like eating plain Cheerios is like taking a bowl of communion wafers and tossing them and like just eating them.
A bowl of what?
Communion wafers. It tastes like
that was literally my whole snack. I just housed those shits.
Eating the body of Christ.
Praise be.
Raisin Bran's fire. See, like,
not a fan.
Have you tried the Raisin Bran Crunch? That shit is good.
Raisin Bran prior to their change, like 4 years ago, when they stopped putting as many raisins in.
Yeah, and now it's all bran.
Oh, they put more raisins in now.
Are you sure?
I thought. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they
well.
they
just
even
wanted to
pour on the
say what I
box
love
2
a
scoops.
little bit.
They do more raisins now.
When I walk into Giant and a bag of chips is like, $1.90 and it's like halfway filled.
Yeah, they don't have Giant down there.
I thought the same thing, dog.
I was gonna say they don't have Giant. It's
Well,
like our
I'll tell you what's funny. This is what got me.
When I
to
walked
vote.
into a Piggly Wiggly,
Oh, dog! Don't be shopping at the pig.
I used to.
Man,
Frosty was pretty good.
dog, look, not to be mean, but I don't think you had the money to shop at the Piggly Wiggly.
Shit.
That shit is always so much more expensive.
Yeah, they have good meat selection, though, I will say.
Oh, they do have, yeah.
They have the meats.
Daimyo, I mean, I tell you what, are we sure Daimyo's not like 90 years old?
No.
I would crush some honey bunches of oats.
Oh,
No.
Yeah, man, let me get them honey bunches of oats. Let's go.
He's about to say, any of y'all people like cream of wheat?
Damio told me earlier that cereals.
Teaspoon of sugar.
He told me earlier that cereals for children, but now he's saying I can crush some like honey bunches
That's
of like
blasphemy.
The
Yeah,
sugar
that's
kiss for children.
That's
Well, yeah, of
blasphemy right there. I could still sit down and make a big old bowl of Captain Crunch berries and Frosted Flakes with a banana cut up in it. I will mess that up in my giant cereal bowl.
Okay, so that's already okay. He beat me to him. Okay,
It's Wade.
Wait, you made Melkor a mod?
Yeah.
Man,
Yeah.
you just making everybody a mod.
He's been a mod since he was Great Pilgrim.
Yeah.
He still is Great Pilgrim. I do not accept his new name.
Darth Melkor is Great Pilgrim?
Yeah.
I had no fucking idea.
Did you not know that? He changed his name. I still
I don't accept it.
He means to.
I thought he was just a new sub of mine.
No. He still wears precisely what he means to, Caleb.
I love how like me and
You don't get those, Caleb.
I was wondering. I've been getting a couple. I was wondering where Pilgrim went because he used to pop in now and then. I was like, okay, well, where's Pilgrim?
He just vanished.
I'll be honest with you. I probably wouldn't have known if he wasn't modded.
Yeah.
He modded when he was Great Pilgrim. So then I was like, who's that? Oh, it must be Pilgrim because Melkor, Lord of the Rings.
Oh yes.
That's how I
I sadly enough did not catch that until just now.
That's why I said earlier he's the Dark Lord.
I think that if someone were to eat like a bowl of Lucky Charms, that shit's definitely for children. But like, if you eat like Frosted Flakes, like
now there's something to be said for Trix because Trix are different now, and I think it was because it was meant for kids.
So you so you think kids see Trix differently than we do?
Correct. Tricks were completely different when we were kids.
I really love that. I saw that. I saw a meme about that the other day. I really love that.
Yeah, that's hilarious. Now I don't know if that was intentional or they just went away from the shapes that they used to do. But yeah, now they're just little round puffs.
Yeah.
Like, wait, what? No.
No.
Oh.
I'm led to believe that tricks are for children.
Exclusively.
Yeah.
Are you quoting the TED thing?
Yeah.
So I won't be followed.
That's what the commercial said.
You're good.
Silly rabbit, tricks are for kids. Yeah.
Yeah, Daimyo. Crimson was here earlier.
Crimson was in the Twitch chat.
I don't want to hear that.
Crimson Law.
I'll enjoy some sugary cereal every once in a blue moon, but not for breakfast. No, listen.
Yeah,
I'll
bro,
eat cereal for fucking dinner, bro. Like,
has anybody tried a bowl of Cheerios?
No.
What?
No, fuck that.
A bowl of what? A bowl of
Cheerios.
No.
Cheerios?
You're
Yeah.
just an alcoholic.
No.
Have you
Very
not tried
Cheerios?
it though?
Hell
I've
no.
tried it. What? Come on, you got to try it.
I haven't tried it.
It's not good.
See, I will
It's
say,
not
though,
good.
I will say though, there's been times
I
that
don't
like
need to try it to know that.
I will.
Yeah,
I will
but
be honest. Not gonna lie. There's been times that my buddies and I are all at somebody's
Dog,
house
have you ever gotten shot?
What?
no.
Oh, come on, try it.
I stand by my statement.
I am
Cereal's
curious on what it feels
I'm
me how
glad
you
I'm
make
not
it-
the only one.
Yeah.
Tell me how you make a
I've gotten
Cheerio
this
from-
close to letting my buddy eat.
Maybe
Wait,
we
tell me how
don't
you make a
finish that.
Cheerio from scratch or frosted flakes?
What does that got to do with it being kid food, Damio?
I mean, again, I'm not gonna
Because
lie.
long as
Like, there's been times that I'm chilling with a ton of people, and it's like late. We might have been drinking a little bit. Someone's like, "Yo, dude, I'm making a bowl of cereal," and I'm like, "Let's fucking go right now. I don't care what you have. Like, as long as it's not reasonable."
Ooh. What's your top tier Drunchies food?
Top tier what?
Drunchies food? Munchies, but when you're drunk.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What's your top tier?
Chicken.
I'm gonna
mango,
say
spinach pizza.
it's what the fuck?
No, it's
That
the
you
best
make
pizza I've had.
or that you just eat.
Yeah, but something
What?
that I just like will down. Definitely beef jerky.
No, yeah, like when you're drunk as hell and you're like, I'm gonna whip something up.
M&M's.
Like for me, it's like
For sure.
oven. It's like oven pizzas, the cheap little fucking
I
It's
usually just
crunchy.
drive somewhere.
or stroganoff. Hamburger helper stroganoff is like top tier for me.
I was
Bro, I'll
hoping
make
that good
myself
dog,
like
too.
some ramen.
Now, are you driving?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you were, but I also thought maybe you were just like on the back of a trailer, like in the cab.
No, trailer is behind me.
Big chillin'.
Is this one of the big motherfuckers to go when you brake?
Yep.
Caleb, I didn't hear you.
I meant
what?
not the horn.
It means the hydraulics.
You never seen
Air brakes, pneumatics,
Yeah, the pneumatic brakes.
Huh?
The air
Yeah.
brakes. Yeah.
hydraulics.
Caleb, what is your top tier drunky food?
Well, I mean, this thing. I normally, if I'm like really drunk, I'll just get something to
Okay.
eat. I don't
Even
really-
if you go, like it could be Taco Bell. Taco Bell could be your answer
I think
because that's a close one.
honestly, it's probably Cookout.
What do you mean?
That
Is that
sounds
a
good.
place?
I might have to go get some cookout. Oh yeah, they don't know.
Yeah, I don't have one.
That's
I
funny.
know, yeah.
What is
These,
Cookout?
these sad little Yankees.
Oh
It's
wait, I got
delicious.
one.
We live
for
on the
you.
East Coast. We
I
live
got
on the
one
East
for
Coast.
you.
If you show me a damn Philly cheesesteak from Geno's, I'm gonna
You know
kick
what?
you in the dick.
Nah, there's
No.
there's
Hey,
some,
that
like,
that would hit the spot when you're drunk though.
bro, a
Philly
cheesesteak,
cheesesteak? Oh, I bet.
cheesesteak when you're lit is fucking immaculate.
When you're lit. Oh, God.
Hang on, pull that up because that's just bullshit. When I'm
it's
drunk,
not.
I like to enjoy a handful of dates and a tall glass of Ensure Plus.
Jeez. Jesus Christ.
That's fucking funny.
Are those sitting right next to your box of prunes in the cupboard or?
Yeah,
No,
no,
it's-
no, it's sitting right next
They
to
sit
his
next to
frosted
his
meat.
bed, next to the tall thing of Vaseline and tissues.
And Tums. Don't forget the big thing of Tums next to it.
Yep.
Suppository Tums.
So is Caleb is Caleb anti cheesesteak? That's
No, I
that-
love cheesesteaks, but I
Oh.
mean,
He
For-
just gives y'all shit.
for a city that brought the world some really fucking awesome stuff, you only talk about one thing.
because it's the best thing.
Yeah,
It is
no.
one of the
It's
best.
white.
In a world where a beautiful Scott 25-year-old scotch exists or a perfectly made bowl of pasta, a cheesesteak is not the
Caleb,
best thing.
can I interject? If you're going to start a statement with "in a world," you must do the movie commercial.
Yeah.
voice.
You
In
have
a world.
In a world.
In a world.
In a
With
world.
really good pasta. And some 25-year-old scotch.
Philly
they
cheese
talk
steaks
about
aren't
is
everything.
cheesesteaks. Philadelphia.
This fall.
I mean,
This
we also
fall,
have Rocky.
Literally,
the Eagles will fly.
55 men stood there in September of 1776 and signed a document to project to the world freedom. And all y'all talk about are fucking Philly
Then
cheese.
put a
Hey, Kate,
broken
you know what
bell up in the.
Do you guys know what they were doing when they signed that?
They were eating cheesesteaks.
They were eating
No, they weren't.
Yes, they were. You just
They-
didn't know.
They were eating cheesesteaks. I was gonna guess they were smoking the devil's lettuce. But
George Washington had to get the steak meat out of his like dentures and shit, bro. Like
It's so funny because George Washington was sitting in New York at the time. So boom, bitch.
he was there when the
George
Declaration
Washington
of
became
Independence
leader
was
of the
signed.
chief of the Continental Army in 1775.
Yeah.
I thought he was there
He was-
when it was signed.
he was
I thought he
generale.
when-
No, he did. He signed the Constitution, not the Declaration of Independence.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the
He was a-
Constitution. Sorry.
he was a general before he was president, right?
Yes. General
Do what?
Washington.
Yes.
He was general before he was president, or
Yeah.
was he both?
Yes.
No, he was general
Like,
before he was
at the
president.
same time.
He resigned his commission and went home. And then about 8 months later, James Madison, came to Mount Vernon with people from Virginia and Maryland, and
His cousin George
he
stayed at
helped
home.
lead
Fuck
the. He became president of the Congress and helped forge the Constitution because they couldn't get over what it would be like between having big states and small states.
Was
There you go.
Washington?
We the people, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, and provide for the common defense.
Let's go.
Was Washington elected by the people, or was he?
Perfect union.
Or was he put in?
I think he
Do
was
what?
How was
asked.
he put into power?
What?
I was gonna ask, was there an election held for Washington, or was he just like put into power?
He was elected. And
Oh.
the first couple elections were elected by the House of Representatives, and
Oh, okay.
they and John Adams and George Washington were basically the front runners, and George Washington won the first time, and John Adams got the second most votes, so he became vice president. That happened 2 times.
That's
And
fascinating.
then George said, "I'm done. I'm out. No one should be president longer than 8 years." And then John Adams won the second time, in the third election, and at like 11:45 the night of his last term, I can't remember if he served 2 terms or just one.
He served 1 term.
I think it was 1, yeah.
He nominated a guy to fill a seat on the Supreme Court named. No, I don't think it was a seat. I think it was. I forget what the job was, but he nominated Marbury to. Fuck, what was it? What were the jobs? I forget what the jobs were, but John Marshall, who was the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court in 1804, heard the case.
Is that where Marshall comes from?
Do what?
Is that where the term Marshall comes from? Or was he named Marshall?
The term marshal just comes from what they were called for the last 1,000 years.
1,000.
But yeah, I mean, John Marshall was his name. In the 1800 presidential election, when Thomas Jefferson defeated John Adams, Jefferson took office in March 4th of 1801. Adams and Congress passed the Judiciary Act in early 1801, which created new courts and added judges. And the president got to appoint those judges. And so he appointed 16 new circuit judges and 42 new justices of the peace. And the appointees were approved by the Senate, but they weren't valid and the commissions were delivered to the Secretary of State. So William Marbury, who had been appointed Justice of the Peace in the District of Columbia, did not receive his commission in time before March 4th of 1801 when Jefferson was sworn in. So Jefferson said, no. I didn't appoint him. He doesn't get to be it. And so Marbury petitioned the Supreme Court to compel the new Secretary of State, James Madison, to deliver the documents. And I believe won. I always forget actually what the conclusion was. That's what it was. They said the act was actually unconstitutional. And that's
I have a hot take
because it's the first time the Supreme Court struck down something Congress did.
I actually think that the vice president should be whoever gets the second amount of votes. I think that we should keep that. That we should.
So did the founding fathers.
Yep.
Yeah. I think we should have kept that actually.
And then political.
We also shouldn't have allowed electorate that was getting dumber and dumber and dumber by the year to vote for senators.
I think we should also not have two parties.
Yep.
That would be awfully helpful for that.
One of the reasons why parties exist is because there's too many people voting.
Is it that, or is it that the ideologies just got too different for them?
You're saying what I'm saying. That's not quite right. So that's right today. It's not why parties formed to begin with. So the problem is that when elections started in 1789, there were only a certain number of people that could vote. And those 1,200 people, let's make it 1,000 people. Let's make it a nice, small, round number. Those 1,000 people could easily agree. And so they were able to say, George is a better candidate. We're going to vote for George. Well, then you say, okay, maybe you just need to pay taxes. Oh, now the electorate's 10,000 people. Well, they can agree on what's important to run the country. So that's fine. Well, in between that and the next election, we add, let's say now 500,000 people can vote, and the federal government can now do these. Did someone just do the horn thing?
I did. There was a bunch of geese in the road.
So not only have we now upped the number of voters, but now the federal government can do more. Okay, well now these 500,000 voters, they can agree on 25 of these things, but half of them disagree on the other 25.
Right.
So now we start seeing alliances start to form. And then you see, okay, after the next election, we're going to add another 1 million people that can vote. Okay, so now you have 1.5 million people to vote. Well, they don't agree. Those new million don't agree on those first 25 things. So there's another party. So that's what happened. I mean, originally you had the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists.
Yep.
And the Federalists believed that the Constitution should be the supreme law of the land, and the Anti-Federalists did. The Anti-Federalists wanted to be a union of 13 states, which is what we were under the Articles of Confederation. But nothing could get done. So that's why the Constitutional Convention got called. And then the Federalists said, okay, well, we should have a strong federal government, but there should be limits on that federal government. And those were people like John Adams and George Washington and Alexander Hamilton.
Right.
I just think that there would be a. I'm sorry.
And they wrote a bunch of essays that everyone should read called the Federalist Papers. And so then you go from having all these people that respected each other because they had been through a common struggle and all that, to having a bunch of people that, well, they haven't been through that struggle. They don't know what it's like.
Exactly.
So the main problem is the fact that the federal government does too much, and too many people can vote. Now,
welcome to political science and history on the RoloRome.
How do you fix that? I don't know. I don't know if you can fix that.
So by you saying that too many people can vote, for someone who would take that out of context, you're not saying that you don't think that everyone should have the right to vote. What you're saying is just that the population of voting is just too big, right?
I'm saying in this conversation, I was just talking about that the voting group is very large. Bye, dog.
Later, dog.
Yeah, my service is shit, so I'm gonna jump off.
All right, thanks for coming on.
See ya.
Talk to you later.
Thank you, Mom.
Not safe, brother.
Hell yeah.
But that's what I'm saying right here. And I will limit my response to that.
So I also think that there's something to be said that if someone wins and someone is elected president, that the person that's in the other party just to quell the
I saw
division.
That shit, Caleb.
I don't think Damio, come on, man.
We're very inclusive here.
Roman, what did he say?
I don't think women should vote.
Clip it! Clip it! Clip it! Ronnie, clip it!
That's why I just laughed.
That's literally bullshit. Because
2 minutes, 57 seconds. Clip it, Ronnie.
I support Marianne Williamson. I'm not a hypocrite, but
he is a misogynist.
No,
I'm kidding.
Fuck off, Roland.
Trouble
in paradise.
But nah. So just say that in 2012, right? Say Obama won. I think Romney should have became the vice president because he got the second most votes. That's how I think it should be, so that both sides can be happy. That's just my personal view.
Yeah, at the same time, though, both sides won't be happy because they'll be like, my guy should have been the president. Blah, 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 blah. They're never going to make everybody happy.
Yeah, but I think it's a better compromise than having one party control everything.
I mean, at the same time, though, you also have there's going to be, just like now, there's going to be extremists that are like, I can't wait for him to die so our guy gets in office. You know what I mean?
Yeah, true. Yeah, true. It's a good point.
Well, guys, I gotta go make a video.
All right, Caleb.
Yeah.
Thanks for popping on, buddy. I'll talk to you
on. I enjoyed it.
Yep. Thank you, Caleb.
Rolo sitting here trying to brag about being friends with Jay.
How? Because I wear this is my first Rebellion shirt from the first run. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were saying you just bought one for the first time. I was going to say, wow, way to be supportive.
No, this is the very first one he made right after Gina got fired.
Okay.
They don't make this one anymore, apparently.
Yep. Peace out.
Later, bro.
See you, brother. Well, that was certainly an interesting topic of conversation for a while.
So I literally went to go and talk to my mom, and then when I came back, y'all had that article pulled up. I was gone for 2 fucking minutes, and then I was kind of just thrown off.
Well,
but,
I think Caleb said it right before you turned your camera off. He's like, "Did you guys hear about what happened on Twitter yesterday?"
Oh, okay.
I said, "Nah, what?"
I think so, but are naturalized. If you're
I'm gonna run
not
and grab a drink real fast.
word, if you're not a citizen, you shouldn't be able to vote. That's my personal point of view. Now, if they have children here, or like say that you're an illegal immigrant and like you've been here for like 10 years and like you and like um you're like working hard, do I think that you should have a path to citizenship? Yeah, of course. And I think that if they become a citizen, yes, they should have that right to vote. But if they're here and they're not a citizen, no, no, I think they should have that right. I mean, why should presidential candidates be held to one standard that our voters can't be held to? Like there was this big thing about like I think it was in 2016. It was like, Ted Cruz's mother was like born in Canada or something. Or it was something along those lines. But they they made a um they made a big deal about how like Ted Cruz was like, Canadian. So if we have the rules here that anybody that runs for like president has to be a natural born American, I think the same thing should also. So no, I think you should be a citizen if you are to vote. Doesn't mean that you have to be naturally born here, but you should at least be a citizen. I think it's different for someone being naturally born to be like president. Like if you're born in France and you come here from France, you shouldn't be allowed to be president. That's just my own personal point of view. I think you should be naturally born. That's just me. Um I'll definitely peep that later. Um oh well, I hope I passed your test. I mean, I like to think I'm not that unreasonable, Daimyo. You have to remember, I grew up in a very conservative household, so you can't get all of it out of me. Like, there's like some stuff that like I still have views on. Um, but I I just think that I think that everyone should be held to the same standard. That's my final answer. I think that everyone should be held to the same standard. I think personally that that's fair. This is actually kind of fun if y'all want to throw more questions on me. This is fun. I like it. How's your back, Rolo?
I have returned. I just got some news. That's all.
Oh,
I went downstairs and my dad was like, he just goes, "What the fuck?" And I was like, "What?" Fucking doctor's appointment shit.
oh,
They like shit, I don't know. Apparently he's got a procedure tomorrow and there's just been a ton of bullshit. They called him at the end of the day to tell him he needs all this shit done. And then he's like, "All right, stay on the phone, I'll do it real quick." And they're like, "We're closed now." He's like, "Well, what the fuck?" Like, have a goddamn good day. That's what he said. Because he's got a procedure in the morning and now he's got all this shit he has to try and figure out, but doctors' offices are closing. TMI, but that's why I took a little bit to get back up here.
I grew up in a very liberal home and have shifted right. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, it's like I think that's an interesting sort of a dichotomy.
Yeah, it is.
Because people that grow up a certain way tend to end up the opposite way. It's weird. Like,
I don't know if that's always true.
I'd say it happens like I'd say that happens maybe 4 out of 10 times. Where like, say that you like grow up in a very like conservative household, you end up being more of a liberal. I think that could happen.
So
And
it's interesting you say that. I actually just spoke to somebody just like that recently. And yes, not necessarily.
Yeah.
First of all, like for me, for instance, you guys know I'm very like middle of the line on both things, right? Maybe that's because I grew up with one of my parents being liberal and one of my parents being more conservative. They share some of the same views and they also share different views.
Netcore's got it right too.
That's also true. Now, for me, I lean a little bit farther on the righter side at the moment. I used to feel farther on the lefter side. And it kind of like, depending on the situation, depending on the topic of conversation or the issue at hand, I may lean more left or lean more right. Now, with that said, to your point, we have friends, 2 of which have been on the channel, that did grow up in a conservative household. One of them is still very much conservative, and the other one is not. And one of their brothers is very much conservative, and the other one is not. They can still, like, we literally had a conversation the other night when their brother was here. One of my older brothers, myself, and our younger. Yeah. See, like, I'm not going to out him, but, like, I am. Like, Zach is more on the left. Craig is more on the right. Their older brother, Keith, straight up was like, yeah, I'm definitely liberal. And I know their older brother, Josh, is not. And I know that both of their parents are very conservative.
See, though, I wouldn't even, this might sound stupid, but I wouldn't even consider myself a liberal. I would say.
You're a commie. No.
Like, no.
Hey, man, you could be the new Oppenheimer, hang out with all the commies and get that nice commie, that commie tail.
According to I try to take a political compass test every like couple of months, and they basically said that I'm like a they basically said that I'm like a libertarian socialist. So like when it comes to my like economic views, I lean more towards the like progressive way, but then when it comes to social issues, I'm very much like, a libertarian because I just don't care. Like, I kind of just say to like let people live and to not really bother them. So
real shit. That's
but
like
when it comes
how I am. That's how I am, because like I see, like, for instance, not in like a anarchist way, I would say, but in a way I'm like, just like, keep the government as far away from me as possible and as far out of my life as possible. I just want to have freedom for everybody. That doesn't mean there shouldn't be laws to protect people. It doesn't mean like, I want fucking heroin to be legal all of a sudden. People do whatever they want, their freedom. No, bullshit. Obviously, there needs to be guidelines and rules and shit like that. But when it comes down to it, I think American freedoms and rights are more important than anything. So if those get infringed upon, and that makes me more conservative for wanting them not to get infringed upon, then I guess I'm more conservative when it comes to that shit. But I'm all about just leave people alone. Yeah, Melkor's got a good point. Shout out Portland, bro. That place is fucking whack. My uncle lives right near there. He's not like them. He lives outside of the city, but
aren't there a bunch
when
of
they say
anarchists there?
Portland weird, yeah, that's where Antifa like hails from. I'm pretty sure.
But to your point about rights, though, it's kind of interesting that you said if it makes you more of a conservative to try to defend rights. I don't think it's a conservative or a liberal type of an issue. At least it shouldn't be. I just think that there there are social justice warrior type of liberals who don't really give a shit that rights are being infringed upon people. But
some of them
I can
want
tell
their
you,
rights to be infringed upon, bro. Some of these people that I see still, and this is just like a current event topic, I guess. I saw a dude recently. I don't remember where I was, but I saw a dude recently who straight up like was wearing a freaking hazmat suit, basically, still in the grocery store. And I'm like, you're the dude who wants the government to rail you from behind. Like you want to be the little good lapdog for them, no matter what they say, it's truth, and they care about me and all this other shit. I don't believe that. And I think a lot of these people have been so brainwashed or turned into freaking sheep, quite frankly, on both sides, that it's just ridiculous at this point.
So I
like
kind of have when it comes to my official policy, when it comes to like economics, I think that people should work hard and they should have to work. But I think that if you prove that you work hard and you're just
facts, Melkor.
Libertarian does not mean social freedom. Political libertarianism means anti-establishment and a decentralized government. So I'm just telling you what the political compass test told me is that I guess I lean towards more like the libertarian wing when it comes to like social issues. It is extremes on both sides. Facts. No, but so
I think we
what
can
I'm
all
saying
agree on
is,
that.
yeah, I think that if someone works 2 or 3 jobs and they need help, they need to have an operation done. They shouldn't have to worry about paying for it. That's just that's my like personal view. I think that you
Is it a
should
personal
you
view or
should,
a personal bias, though, would you say?
I think it's more of, well, it was my view before, but now it's definitely my bias. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um because it happened to me. No, but I'm saying that like um if I had to be stuck in a room with an extreme from either side, I'd probably choose the right one, but most people are closer to the middle. I think most people are centrist. Yeah.
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 I
I think
definitely.
that's a good point.
Yeah,
But
I know we make
I'm
jokes,
saying
but I think you're a centralist too.
no. Well, see, I think that I'm not to the extreme where like I want people to get free handouts. I'm saying that if you're like a hardworking person and you can't pay for your like medical debt, I don't see why the government can't help you out. That's like my thing. Like if you're like working hard, I don't see why you should have to pay for your healthcare.
Now, there's also the caveat to that people will take advantage. People will take advantage of that.
Yes.
100%.
Yes. But
Especially with certain things like I know without naming any names, I know of somebody, not that anybody none of our friends or anything like that, but I know of somebody who purposely like did that way before COVID, and they just kept getting money from the government, and like their families like, when are you going back to work? When are you going back to work? And every single time, it would be like, I can't. I'm aching today. I have a migraine. I need more medicine. Like this isn't working, so I can't work, and that person still doesn't work this day. But they go on vacations all the time. And that's a topic of conversation in that person's household.
I consider yourself political, but everything you just explained is defined as level. That's in time either. I'm just stating the actual definition of word. Well, I think I consider a liberal to, because when I think of a liberal, I think of like neoliberalism, and that's something that that's most of like the Democratic Party. They're what you would consider to be like a neoliberal, because they basically are everything that liberals aren't. So, but to Damia's point, I think that is a very good point. But then to your point, Roland, though, too, um, I think that what you said is that people take advantage of our system now, though, too. So
That's what I'm saying, but I'm
like,
saying even before COVID, people still were doing that shit all the time. And I mean,
yes,
I firsthand like spoke to the member of this person's family, many members of this person's family, and there's a lot of frustration.
why did I get Bing as my main search engine? I hate this
What
laptop.
the fuck?
Okay, well, according to Bing, willing to respect or accept behavior or opinions different from one's own, open to new ideas. That's
Bro, you might
facts.
get flamed for using Bing, yo.
I don't care.
Have you ever? I'm listening.
See,
I just gotta look something up.
See, look, this is me here. A supporter of policies that are socially progressive and also promote social welfare, often contrasted with conservative. So I'm more, I guess, if you want to define what a liberal is, I'm what you would consider to be like a Bernie Sanders type of a liberal. I am not like a Joe Biden type of a liberal. I guess that's the best way to like define it. But yeah, nah, I probably shouldn't have used Bing, but I have a new laptop that
I have to show you this fucking part, bro.
of what?
It's Caleb City.
Oh
And it's
god.
like when you realize you're in the wrong house. It's just, dude, it's fucking hilarious. It's so good. We don't have to watch the whole thing, but you just have to see the Bing part, bro. Let me share my screen. Because it's so fucking accurate.
I guess I'm a classic liberal, but I have some like progressive values too. Oh god.
I don't know if this is
I've seen this, I think.
You have earphones in? What do you Jeremy? Hey, let that air out.
Okay, I heard the toilet flushing, but I didn't hear the sink.
He didn't wash his hands. No. No. No, 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 no! Why you open the door like that, bro? I think I left my car keys in here. Are they in here?
Shoes on in bed.
You got your shoes on? In the bed? How could you?
Yeah, that's right.
How could you? Oh, here they go, bro. Never mind! Never mind. I'll walk.
This
I'll
part.
walk. What is? What the hell is that? Oh, that's Bing! Who uses Bing? This is my house! Get me out of here! Get me out of here!
He used Bing? Oh god. Oh god.
That was literally my reaction just now.
Melkor said to check
you want me to play the Star Wars one? I'll play the Star Wars one. The one about
shit.
The one with the Sith.
Rolo, did you see the new poll that literally just came out? 77% of the Democratic voters think that Biden is too old to run for a second term.
Good.
Democratic voters said that shit.
Most Democrats I talked to agree. All right,
Dude.
well, we can react to the Star Wars one because it's pretty freaking funny. Caleb City is one of the most creative, funny dudes. The best one is when you forget your glasses, and like
I'm pretty sure I'm subbed to him,
bro. And there's like this banana dangling in front of him, and and it's like we're tit for tat, and he goes, "What?" It's like we're tit for tat, scabbard, and he's like, "What are you saying?" And like when he finally finds his glasses and puts them on, it's a dude in yellow shirt. He's like, "Bro, I was just trying to help you find your glasses." He goes, "You were the banana?" Like, dude, it's so funny. But tit for tat, scabbard is like the funniest shit.
Yeah, but Melkor, I'm kind of a hypocrite because in 2020 I wanted Bernie to win, and he's a whole year and a half older than him, though. Oh no!
I'm doing the Star Wars one for Daimyo, and for you,
Daimyo,
and for you.
You seen that? What floor is this again? Oh, yeah. That's the one right above us. Unacceptable! We need more troops at the front lines. You will go and lead them. Me? Yes, that's what I said. You. Now, off you go. Man, you do it! What? You do it! You don't have my powers, man! I got a laser pointer! He be bouncing these back! I know you seen that! You're testing my patience. You will go and lead the fray, or I will dispose of you myself! Do it! What will be the difference? If I go out there, I die anyway, and in possibly a worse way. Look!
Wow, a lightsaber actually killed him.
You will do as I say. You're scared. No. You're terrified. No. I'm not scared. I gave you an order. Okay? You follow my orders. You follow my orders. I gave you an order. You're going to fight them? Or you going to fight me? Because I'm staying in this room. I don't care. Consider me on the light side. You really are testing me. I don't care. You will regret it. Scrap then! Square up. Come on then. Come on. Am I interrupting something?
Why?
Get him. What are you doing?
Bro.
You have so many better ones, but shout out to Caleb City. Go subscribe to him if you want quick laughs, bro.
Is he still going?
Caleb City?
Yeah.
Yeah. He still makes content. Bro, there's some
You
really
know who
great...
You know who was like the shit back when like we were younger, bro? Remember Burleezy? He would like make fun of all of the cartoon intros and shit.
Nah. Dude, the force push always fucking gets me. Whenever he falls in these skits, he always just, it's either like he'll go flying across the floor and like slide, or he'll just be like on the ground like dead, like the Family Guy thing, bro.
Wait, I don't think you're in our Discord.
Oh, he probably DM'd me.
Oh. No. Do you know what was the shit back in the day, bro? In Practical Jokers. I loved that
They
shit.
got rid of everybody.
Well, yeah.
Well, the funniest dude fucking quit, so.
Joe's not on the show anymore, so, like, it's not funny anymore.
Because he was the only one that would literally do anything.
Yeah.
All right, let me see what Real Wade Asian Nation Gaming has to tell me.
I am so scared about them doing a Rush Hour 4 because it's not.
What? Wait. You didn't send me anything.
Wade just wants attention. Wade just wants attention.
Oh wait, and maybe he did. No, that's just Flash review. I saw that already.
We already did our own.
What?
No, you see, Daimyo.
No,
You
there's
see,
nothing.
Daimyo.
There's nothing.
It's-
There's nothing. Wade. I don't
It's
see anything on Discord from you, buddy. Sorry.
it's our dis. It is our Discord. We all share it. It is ours. Sayose. Daimyo, you're gonna hate me next.
I thought you were about to start singing the fucking Attack on Titan intro. Sasageo, Sasageo. Shit is so good.
I was singing the theme of the Soviet Union.
To be fair, it does sound like the Soviet Union theme. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Also, this might make me.
What?
This might make me sound super anti-American. I don't care. The Soviet national anthem had a fucking banner.
Bro, I forget who said it the other day. It was on one of the streams, and someone's like, it was a comment that somebody pulled up because they were making jokes about like whacking off or something like that, and like it was on Daywalker Comedy. That's who it was. It was her and Epic Mike, and they were making a joke, and somebody made a joke about 1940s Germany or something like that. And the one dude in chat goes, "Excuse me while I goose step to my bottle of Vaseline," or some shit like that. It's so fucking funny, dude. You know what goose stepping is?
I've heard of that phrase.
It's when they march like the freaking North Koreans are doing right now, with their legs just flying up into the air like this.
Melkor, I want to get a little bit bigger. Pause. Before we make a server, what I'm thinking about is that
I'm telling you, wait. Now he sent me something.
I want to do an RG Energy server, but then have like the RoloRome cast be like a separate channel within there. That's something that I'm thinking about.
I feel like we should definitely have a centralized RoloRome cast one, because a lot of people are going to be coming from other stuff.
My only argument, okay, I could care less. The thing is though, we don't have a separate channel for the RoloRome cast. It's only just like streamed on like my channel. So
it's only the RG
that so like that's what I'm saying. I get what you're saying though too, making it into a separate thing, making it into a separate server. Yeah.
Yeah, Daimyo, I'm a shinobi though. For sure. I ain't no grasshopper. I have my black belt, so I'm at least a shinobi.
You have a black belt?
But you asked that question?
I thought you had a blue belt. That was what I thought that you had.
What? No, dude.
All this time, I thought that you were a fucking 7
years,
blue
bro.
belt.
7 or 8 years of that shit.
Oh God. Damn.
Yeah, I had to fight 3 black belts at once. That shit is hard. All they give you is boxing gloves and foot covers, and they're like, all right, we're gonna surround you by a big old circle of black belts, right? And 3 will jump in, and you gotta fucking just boom, 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 beat them off, and the other dudes will come in, or girls. Bro, I rocked this bitch in the face, yo, because she hit me and leaked my nose, and I just went blink, like.
No, wait.
Wait
a second. How many channels does Wade have?
Bro, I'm telling you, this man's got a minigun full of channels right here. Just
Wade.
Yeah.
Wade, I'm pretty sure I know how you got to 500 subs now, Brody.
No,
I didn't
I'm
know
a
you could
Tino
even.
B. I don't need to be. Why is Caleb, yo? He doesn't even talk in the Discord.
Yeah, it's like Damio's gonna lose out on having like conversations because it's like me and like
You, Ronnie, and
Melkor
Pilgrim every day.
and like Ray and Ronnie that are like the only ones that actually like talk in there. Like
Yeah, you said Shihan. I'm a shinobi. It's difference. Or you can make me a Sanin. I'll take that.
Roland's a legendary Sani.
My jutsu is fire.
In all seriousness, though, Damio, I know it's your server. I was just messing with you.
Got a paralysis.
Matt shows up. Yeah.
Yeah, Matt does show up. Shout out to Mattuine, who was here earlier.
Hey.
That's the board.
It is growing slowly. That's what they said about me when I was going through puberty and my voice hadn't changed yet and all of that like other shit.
My voice was so high until like 7th grade.
Nah, bro, you've had the same voice since like 6th grade.
Nah,
You've
bro.
had the same voice ever since I met you.
So long. My voice was like super high, and I had long hair, so I looked like a little girl.
You did?
Silver. Terry Silver? I'll be Terry Silver. I could have when I had my long hair.
Roland, I'm kind of mad at you that you cut your hair. Like,
dude, I'm slightly annoyed because I don't do the asphalt work anymore because it wasn't doing enough for me. Like, money-wise, like, I mean, the pay was good, but with all the rain this summer, there'd be weeks where I just couldn't work.
You need a more
consistent
job, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you seem to like working in restaurants. Why don't you like go and cook or something?
That. Not doing that shit again. I have an opportunity right now to be like a consultant and shit at a pet store, so I might do that because I know everything about fish, everything about reptiles, everything about amphibians, and a fuck ton about dogs. The only thing I'm not well versed in is cats.
You can ask me,
dude. I'm not going back to a restaurant. That shit was. I'd be a good server, but it's just shit hours. You work weekends, especially if you're in the kitchen, bro. You're not getting out of there till like 12, 1 o'clock at night. Sometimes if it's a bar, like.
Well, see, I'm lucky because I work in a retirement home kitchen, but like it's still a kitchen, but I think it's different in the sense that the clientele, you deal with the same ones every single day. So you kind of know what they do and don't like. Whereas when you like work at a restaurant, it's generally different people.
Damn, Wade, nice analytics. Sorry, Wade just sent me a picture of his newest clip and the analytics on it.
The only way I'd work in a restaurant is if I own it, which is a goal of mine. Hey, listen. Hey, listen, Damio. I hope that works out because I can tell that that's one of your passions is making food. So I genuinely hope that works out for you. So I couldn't work at a pet store. I'd either take every.
That's the same thing with me, Melkor. But if I can sell them out and get them good homes to good people, I'll do that too.
Would you work at a kennel?
Fuck no.
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 I don't know if I could work.
Oh, you want to take every single dog home, dude? I already walked into the pet store, and they don't sell dogs at this one. They do adoptions every once in a while, like events. But if I just want to be able to properly tell people how to take care of their pets, because the amount of people that think you can just buy a lizard and let it sit there and throw some crickets in is like astronomical, and that's not how that works.
Or the people that will
don't do their research. They're like, that one looks cool, and that's it. They're not getting them the right tank. They're not getting them the right stuff that they need, the right bedding, whether it's sand or dirt or something else, or like she has wood chips in her tank. That's what she uses. They're specifically meant to be a fake jungle floor. And like a lot of people wouldn't know that. So
Or
yeah, but I'm not going to be the employee that tells them the easy shit. That's why I am pretty much probably going to happily work there.
So that's also kind of the same thing along your point though too, where like parents will look at a cute puppy and they will, get their child a puppy for like, Christmas or something, but then they don't actually want to take care of it, so they send, the dog back into the pound, and that fucks up a dog mentally.
Yeah,
because
it does.
because they think they're not loved, and so it's like then he got another snake and lost it in his room for a month.
Why, dude? Like, I have a friend named Chris. He's actually, I think he started the business already. I haven't talked to him in a year, but he moved down south, like I think to Florida, and he does snake relocation because he's had pythons his whole life, so he does python relocation and shit down there. So like he's like the snake guy. Like you can call him, and be like, "Yo, there's a snake in my backyard. There's a snake in my house. There's a snake where," and he'll drive out, pick up the snake, put it where it belongs.
If you want to know about cats, I have a lot of experience because mine is a handful. So if there's anything that you need to know about cats,
I have experience with them because everybody else I know has one. I just haven't owned one because my dad's deathly allergic.
When something like a reptile, I always recommend a good breeder.
So do I. But it depends on where the breeder's at, because if you don't have one near you, sometimes the travel can stress the fuck out of the reptile.
I'm sorry,
just traveling like
Melkor or Daimyo, could y'all please time out Wade, because it's just kind of getting on my nerves at this point.
They are.
Oh. God damn. They are like on top of that shit.
Rice.
But
no offense.
But yeah,
but you gotta chill sometimes, buddy. That's all.
Yeah, it's like we're just trying to have a chill stream here, bro. It's really not all that deep. But
yeah, speaking of that, how much more time do you have? Because there's something else I wanted to talk about on the Star Wars front.
I gotta dip by like 5. I can talk for like another like half hour.
That's fine. It shouldn't take that long. But so we talked about Starkiller a little bit because there's not really much to talk about there other than our speculation.
Mm-hmm.
And that Sam Witwer's voice is in the credits. He's credited as a voice actor and whatever. And there's something else. Something really cool that Josh from Den of Nerds picked up. And I don't know if anybody else watched his video on Monday, I believe it was his live stream on Monday, where he went over this old like plot leak for the Star Wars Rebels sequel. And this
I saw what you're talking about.
This is back before COVID, when the sequel for Rebels was going to be a season 5 animated thing. Right? Now, in that, they talk about all these threats from a different galaxy where Thrawn's at. They talk about Ahsoka coming finding Sabine, new Force users, Hera being a general, Jason being older, which it made me smile seeing Jason. And I will say that Chopper is so far still the best representation of his Rebels counterpart. Animated counterpart, I should say. And that point being is that while it's now a live action show, that plot leak from 3.5, 4 years ago, still fairly accurate. Now, at the time, before that, Filoni was creating all of these. Filoni was creating a lot of concept art, as we've seen him do, right? Well, he has concept art of the Yuzhan Vong from before Rebels season 3, and that concept art was during the time that Lucas and him were still working on Clone Wars. They wanted to set something up for later, like way, way later. I'm not saying he's doing this, right? I'm not, because we have the Grisk in the books now and shit like that. I'm going to get to that. What I find really interesting is that when you look up the Filoni concept art.
Wait, what, Jake?
Not tonight. What? Which one?
Wait, what?
You're right, Melkor, though. I agree. No, I'll have to check that out. I'll look up the trailer.
I'd rather that. Yeah, facts.
That's a good point. So, in his concept art, it's a Vong warrior and a Vong scout ship. Right. I find it very interesting that the Vong scout ship looks. Keep in mind, I'm getting this. Shout out to Josh. Like he like was talking about this, and I was like, "That's fucking cool. I got to bring this up to people." And so the Vong scout ship looks like a Purrgil. It looks like a different version. It looks very similar to a Purrgil, the space whales. Very similar. Tentacles are in different spots, but the front of it is the same. So here's the thing. The Yuzhan Vong are from another galaxy. They'll give you a quick rundown. They're space orcs, basically. Or they look like a mixture between the Falmer from Skyrim and orcs from Lord of the Rings. Now, every part of they hated technology, so everything is biotech. Their ship's engines are giant brains. Everything is alive. Every type of technology they use. Their weapons, their vehicles, it's all living.
They're basically the Flood.
They're very close to that, yes. Very close to something like that, yes. So, although the Flood will implement technology, the Vong won't. And the Vong are extremely, extremely, like, resilient towards the Force. So when Dave and George were talking about in one of the episodes having a Vong scout ship get found during the Clone Wars, they ended up scrapping it because they were going to do it towards the end of the show, and at that point Disney owned it and George wasn't working on it anymore, so Filoni saved it.
Because he should have done that, man.
Because he had to get out season 6 and season 7, and both of those wouldn't have had enough time to do this little arc about a Vong scout ship, right? So these scout ships were living, breathing things. And I just find it very interesting how close they look to a Purrgil. Where the Purrgil come from? Another galaxy. What's in this other galaxy? Who knows? We know that the Grisk are out there somewhere, which is the race they mention in Thrawn's book that the Ascendancy has a problem with. The Chiss Ascendancy are having a problem with these guys. Who's to say that they're the least of the worries from this other galaxy? Now, in the second episode of Ahsoka, when they find the other galaxy through the little MacGuffin ball, you see the Purrgil all on there, and she's like, oh yeah, this was created by like an ancient race from another galaxy. Now, a really cool thing about that is that the Vong are exactly like the Flood in the way that they just take over planets. They just take over planets. They want the whole galaxy for themselves. So they've been sending, in the EU, they were sending scout ships from before the Clone Wars to see what the political state of the galaxy was, and they waited until the Empire was defeated and the galaxy was at its weakest, because there was no centralized military, to attack. Which the first place they attacked was Mandalore. And they fucked the Mandalorians up. So the war became the Imperial Remnant, the New Republic, and the Mandalorians, and the Hutt syndicates, and all the other crime syndicates. Everybody fucking worked together to fight off the Vong.
That must have been some that must have been some desperate times.
It was, because they were like, it doesn't matter. They're killing everybody alike.
Is that what the Heir to the Empire books
Armistice. It's like literally Armistice. This is after Heir to the Empire, I think. But it's like literally this is Armistice shit. Like we need to fight them out. Yes, they should have. They should have. So what I'm getting at with this, the Purgle look like that. They're coming from another galaxy. What if they're the scout ships? What if they're the canon version of these biological scout ships?
So you're saying
they're like drones, like hive minds.
Like, so you think we're gonna get the Vaughn on this show?
I highly doubt it too, Melkor, but it's remarkably fun to talk about compared to the rest of the shit we're talking about with Star Wars right now. And I think that even if they do something with the Grisk, even if they do something with Thrawn that's not like that, there's still definitely other shit in this other galaxy that is probably more terrifying than them.
I think it's fair. I think it's fair to say, can we all just agree that something is going to happen? That it's not just going to be a plain ass old like Ahsoka show. Well, something's going to happen.
Well, here's the other thing. Now that they've created an entire other galaxy, not created because the Vong came from there originally, but now that they've created an entire other galaxy, there's Filoni's sandbox. He can do whatever the fuck he wants in.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, but what if they're not? They're entirely different. Essentially, yes, but they're not nearly as much of a threat.
I'm like half with you, Damio.
And that's okay. And they're not really the canon version of the Vong. They're completely different. Like, completely different. They're just a race out there that the Chiss are having a problem with. Doesn't mean that the Vong is not out there, too. And they know how many people want to see the Vong eventually. What if the reason that none of our main characters are there during the sequel trilogy is because they're all in that other galaxy? Like, fuck the First Order. That's pointless. We got to stop the Vong from getting into our galaxy at the source.
Yeah, but the Vong should have the Vong should have been the main villains of the sequels. Like,
or Thrawn, or Thrawn, but yeah, and
yeah,
that's just a fun thing to think about. And if they ended up doing it, I wouldn't have a problem with the Vong coming back if it's done really cool. And
but it's Disney Star Wars though. Like
it is, but think about like the way they showed up in the first point was they attacked Mandalore, right? And there's these skirmishes going on between the Imperial Remnant and the New Republic fleet. Skirmishes back and forth. The Vong would just show up and fuck up everybody on both sides and then go to the planet and fucking take it over.
I think it might, though.
They should have. Yeah, it was a little bit different. It was definitely a different version of Thrawn. I think we're gonna get a much more ruthless version of Thrawn. But another really cool thing that came out of the Rebels sequel animated show's description is that when they find Ezra, he's being taught by an ancient Rakatan on how to use the dark side and wield it correctly with the light. Because Rakatans are basically a dark side thing. What if in this canon, the Rakatans actually came from there? This is like an ancient Rakatan general who's been alive this entire time. Could you imagine if we saw a Rakatan on screen, bro? They've already mentioned Rakata in Andor. So we know that it's real. We know that Rakatans are canon. So I could totally see kind of like Old Master, like in the episode of Rebels when Ezra's thinking that Maul is his friend.
Mm-hmm.
Maul's not trying to be evil or anything around him, but he's kind of twisting him in a way. And I'm not saying Ezra turns. That wasn't the point. That's not what was in the rumor. But a lot of other things from that rumor have happened. If they get there and this dude's chilling with a fucking Rakatan, I'm going to be like, let's go. That's sick. They probably aren't, but it would be sick if they did. I just thought that was something fun to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, that would be cool. What
if the technology that they're using right now, like that Did you know that bridge that Morgan Elsbeth is sitting in on top of the hyperspace gate? That's not any technology we've seen from this galaxy. What that's all made of and shit. I wouldn't be surprised if that's ancient Rakatan. And Rakatans were the ones who created star maps. They created star maps. The star map that we see in episode 1 and 2 of Ahsoka looks exactly like a Rakatan star map from the Old Republic. That would be sick.
Did you say learning to use the dark side properly while staying in the light?
It's what it seemed like they meant by that. As like kind of like how Maul was like kind of twisting Ezra to do stuff in the dark, but wasn't blatantly saying like we're doing dark side shit right now, bro. You know?
I mean, if anyone's gonna touch it though, I want Dave to be the one.
No, I don't want them to touch KOTOR or Bane. But if you show me a freaking Rakatan on screen, I'm gonna be a little happy about that. As long as you're not fucking with the lore of Rakata and the Sun Forge and all that shit, then yeah. Don't touch KOTOR though. Don't touch KOTOR with a fucking light year sized pole, dude. Like
I'm fearing that they're going to make
that's what's coming next after Mando, dude. I bet you money. After the whole Mando thing and they're done with their Rey movie and shit, they're gonna go and touch the Old Republic. 100%.
I'm so fucking worried that they're like gonna do Revan wrong, bro. And
well, he might be an acolyte, so
they have one shot to do Revan right. They can never. They'll never be able to ever like do it again after that.
No way, no how.
Do you think that Keanu Reeves would make a good Revan or no?
Yeah, absolutely. That's been the fan casting for years, dude. Oh my god, dude. All right, Darth Melkor just reminded me of something. They them Revan. That just kind of reminded me of something funny. Or kind of fucking weird, actually. So, you guys know the very famous Star Wars Sexplained?
Yeah.
Molly and fucking whatever his name is. Alex.
Yeah.
They were doing a live stream, apparently, like 2 days ago or a day ago. And I think Jay brought it up today on Geeks and Gamers Daily. And, dude. They were talking on a live stream and went, you know what? Like, I think it's time for Thrawn to have a love interest.
What?
I was like, what the fuck did you just say? Like, when Jay said it, I was like, no, where's this going? They're like, he's been with Ezra for a really long time. And I was like, fuck you. They literally were saying how Ezra and Thrawn need to be shipped together as a couple. Bro.
You don't even know the half of it.
No. That should never be a thought in your brain.
I agree with you.
They were serious, Melkor. We're talking about the guy whose girlfriend dragged him through Star Wars Celebration dressed as Slave Leia. So
my brother looks up my brother is like very, very into the like internet culture, and he's into like fan fictions and shit. Dude, there's fucking fan fictions for Yoda and Luke, bro. That's not just like that's not just for like that's not just for Ezra and Thrawn.
No, but that's like, worse. That's worse to me than Raylos, bro. That's worse to me than Raylos.
There are people on the internet that have no fucking lives and just want to like, do that shit, and they just want to make like fan fictions, and it's like weird as shit.
What are they doing, Andor? What is he talking about?
So, did you so where I'm going with this is that like what Roland is talking about is like only like an iceberg out of a whole mountain.
I know that.
And
I used to have a Tumblr back in the day. I know. I never read any of those fanfics, but they're fucking everywhere, bro.
Now it's on Reddit.
Yeah, now it's Reddit and shit like that. But the fact that that's where their brain went, like first, I was like,
you are not.
Wield a saber well, you can.
I'm not saying.
But I'll show you the real force.
I'm not saying the rest of that shit because I don't trust Ronnie. But
bro, I'm okay with some ships in Star Wars. Like, I think that Sabine and Ezra should be together. But he friend zoned that bitch's ass, bro. In like first episode of this show, I'm like, yo, come on, you know he wanted it from her for the whole of Rebels, yo. The whole of Rebels. He was trying to clap them Mandalorian cheeks. And now he's like, well, bitch, you're my sister. Bro, that one is there's that one. And the Zuko and Katara stands, bro.
Actually, I'd rather Zuko and Katara than fucking Zuko and Sokka.
Yeah, but they're like Raylos, bro. The Zutara people are fucking reckless. Like,
dude,
they'll be saying
why do people ship people that just should not even be a fucking couple? It's weird.
Because exactly, that's why. Because it's not what should happen. Bro, people do that with Lord of the Rings. Yo, people do that with Lord of the Rings. Like, when even they're like, oh yeah, Sam and Frodo are gay. It's like, you do realize that from the very first time you meet Sam, he's talking about Rosie Cotton over and over and over again. That's the girl I'm gonna marry one day. I'm gonna marry that girl. He talks about it through all three of the movies.
I saw one for Aragorn and Gandalf too.
I think one of the worst ones. Yeah, I saw that too. I think one of the worst, like, ever ships. Like, I'm like, you need to go to jail. People put Ahsoka and Anakin together. I'm like, you got to go to jail.
What?
You got to go to jail.
She's like 13 when she meets him.
Yes, I know. They need to go to jail. Like, those people who come up with that shit. Get the fuck out of here. You do not deserve Star Wars if that's what you're gonna do.
No, bro. The worst.
Yeah, but Sokka and Toph makes sense. But I would have rather Sokka be with Suki because that's literally his girlfriend.
The worst one to me is like shipping like Dumbledore with like Harry Potter or something.
Yeah, dude, that shit is so fucking weird. So weird, bro. The people
because like you know,
a lot of times people
J.K. Rowling.
Like, they like to ship underage people. I'm like,
yeah, why?
What do you want from this? The Game of Thrones shippers were terrible too, bro. It was bad.
God, don't even get me down that.
It got bad, bro.
Game of Thrones is already like bad enough on its own, bro.
House of the Dragon. There's a lot of underage incense. Zuko and Azula. Oh my god. See, Zuko should be with May. That makes sense. Sokka should be with Suki. That makes sense. And Katara.
Should be with Katara, yeah.
Yeah. Let Toph.
And then, you know, Azula doesn't need to be with anybody because she's a psycho. So
she gets help. She's schizophrenic though. She gets help in the comic books.
So.
But by the end of the show.
I think my whole thing is, why do people ship these like weird ass like
weird. They have weird fantasies. You want to see Ezra and Thrawn like to get
No, bro.
Fucking weird, dude.
Bro,
Ezra's like half of his age too.
I'm not lying to you.
If not younger. Ezra's the age of Luke. Thrawn's like so. What's Luke like 28 when he just 26 or 28 or 27, something like that, when he kills the Emperor or blows up the second Death Star, whatever. When he fights Vader for the second time, yeah, including Dave, dude. Including Dave. Dave wants to ship Ahsoka with himself, bro.
Roland, I'm
How
not lying.
accurate do you think that Ahsoka doll he has in his room is? Like,
Roland, I, I need to make sure you're sitting, right?
yeah.
Okay. This ship, you're gonna hate this, and you might roll off of your bed. Iroh and Appa. That's actually like a ship that people have.
And you know people draw it too. I always say the internet has the biggest wins. It also has the biggest failures.
I gotta tell you,
it proves to me that society is kind of retarded.
There are some times where I'm like low key for banning the internet, kind of like
riots in the streets.
Chewie and Rey and stop, bro, stop.
The one ship that everybody wanted that made sense for the sequels, they didn't fucking do. And if you're gonna set up Rey and Kylo, don't make it the last 25, 30 minutes in the final movie. Like, everybody knew that. Everybody was guessing it's gonna be Finn. It's gonna be Finn. It's gonna be Finn and Rey.
Also, they're fucking cousins, right?
Yeah,
they're cousins by all like technicality.
No, technically she's like his aunt. Because Palpatine.
Because
Palpatine would.
They're both Palpatines.
Kylo's not a Palpatine.
Okay, no,
There's
look.
Palpatine blood in him though. Well, no, he doesn't. It's fucking confusing because there's like one of George's original concepts was that Palpatine was the one with Plagueis who influenced life, and it created Anakin because it backfired on them. So they were trying to create a dark side thing, and it created.
So that's my whole point.
So technically speaking, there was a line that was cut from Revenge of the Sith where Palpatine literally tells Anakin, like refers to himself as like, without directly saying it, like, I'm your dad. And so if that were technically true, then that would make Rey Kylo's like aunt, great aunt.
So the thing is, I always thought that Palpatine created Anakin, therefore everyone's a Palpatine. That's like kind of the way that like I thought of it. That Palpatine was
it's not canon. Confirmed. It's not canon, Daimyo. It's not.
It's not canon?
No. It's not canon, but it's highly assumed, but it's not canon. Because Vader has had images of his mother and like swirls of black smoke with like Palpatine's hands like holding her stomach with like a Sith symbol on it, and she's just like doing groceries or some shit. You know what I mean?
Who the fuck is his father then?
He doesn't have a father. She says that. He's immaculate. He's immaculately conceived.
So she's the fucking Virgin Mary?
Basically, she's an allegory for the Virgin Mary.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Or the one who births the Antichrist. One or the other. But yeah, she's an allegory for the Virgin Mary. Thanks. Yo, Vader called me a poppy. Yo, you know every what? Time Vader comes home from a mission, he's like, "How did it go, son? Come give Daddy a hug."
Daimyo, fuck off.
I haven't forgotten you said that. Who
I said that like 2 weeks ago. Daimyo needs to learn to stop holding grudges, bro.
Who was a great Jedi?
Ahsoka.
That's a new term. It's never really a thing. It's either you're a Jedi or you're a Sith or you just have the Force. Like it's one or the other. It's one of the three. If you have good value, dude, it's literally like this. You're either in the middle, you're a Democrat, or you're a Republican. You're either on the dark side, the light side, you have values of both or values on that lean more towards one side. It's literally the same thing in Force terms.
I mean, you're not wrong. Palpatine didn't inject his special Sith sauce in her, so he is not the father.
That's what I'm saying. But I do like the idea of, because Plagueis was a Sith alchemist who taught Palpatine this. I do like the idea of the two of them trying to influence life, because the Sith have tried that many times. They used to have Sith war beasts that they would create in the Old Republic. And even before that, when the Jedi and Sith war was happening before the Old Republic. And I kind of like the idea that Palpatine and Plagueis wanted to create something like that, and the Force rebounded and was like, oh, if you're going to try this, then I'm going to create the exact opposite, like just by the will of the Force. And some little woman on Tatooine got randomly pregnant. That's kind of what I think. But that's my headcanon. I'm not saying Palpatine is technically his father. I don't think that. And I don't even think Palpatine knew what he was doing. He didn't know that was going to happen. I don't think he even would know that Anakin would technically have been created by him.
I think for his master plan,
in the galaxy while they're chilling on Coruscant.
I think for his master plan, he did know that, but we're just gonna have to, agree to disagree on it.
Midichlorian test tube, baby.
That's what happened in the Plagueis novel.
Yes, it did. That was in the Plagueis novel. That's what I'm referring to. And yeah, but we know that there's also like a speculation out there that Palpatine purposely worked with Mother Talzin and wanted to impregnate her, and that's Maul, because Maul is her son. So there's that rumor out there. There's that possibility that Maul is directly Palpatine's son as well. But
I mean,
I doubt it, because he is directly Talzin's son. And there's only a couple races in Star Wars that can procreate with humans. It's like Twi'leks, Togrutas, Night Sisters, or Dathomiri in general. And there's another one I'm forgetting. I think it actually might be like Rhodians or something, which I don't know why. But no,
Crimson
I don't.
Is here in the chat.
Yes, Crimson Law.
Crimson Law, what up?
Yeah, so I don't really think that Palpatine did that, but that's like a speculation out there. I think he was just like, yo, I'm going to help you out with this stuff. You give me a kid. So she did. And she regretted it. That's why she comes to Maul multiple times, like throughout Clone Wars and Rebels, as like a vision. She's like his biological mother.
Interesting. This is getting kind of weird. It sounds like Palpatine just wanted some action and accidentally started a war in the process.
I mean, he probably did. I mean, do you guys remember when Rise of Skywalker like came out? We found out that Rey was a Palpatine or whatever, and people were assuming that he got it on with Slimore, the bald chick that's always next to him, the Umbaran. Umbarans, that's the other race that can procreate with humans. Yeah, any near human can do it. That's why Jason Syndulla is lucky he didn't get born with head tails.
Yeah, wait. I was gonna ask that. How did Jason turn out to be a human?
His dad's Kanan.
Yeah, but shouldn't he have the jaws on his head?
Not technically. Depends on whose biological genes are stronger. Like when Cutler Quain, the clone, defected. He's in season 2 of Clone Wars, I think. when he defected and he ends up on that farm and he marries the Twilight chick and they have 2 kids. Their kids' skin colors are like all blotchy and mixed, and they both have head tails. You see them again in Bad Batch, and they become friends with Omega, and I find it interesting that when you look at Jason in.
Remember when you said that, Roland?
No, I said sauce noodles. That bitch with the long ass fucking. No, but
how about to see me? I want to see me.
Yes. What did Crimson say? Palpatine
literally out of your fan of the Empire to dodge child support.
Yeah, that's a fucking good one. No, but straight up, I feel like that's why they gave Jason green hair instead. And like in the animated form, his facial structure is a little bit different, but it's kind of hard to make a kid who's a real life human look like that without prosthetics and shit. So it works. Like his hair is just biologically green. Like who knows? Maybe like his hand is green or some shit. We haven't seen it. I don't fucking know. I think they should have made him look more like a mixture between the 2 races, but it was nice to see him. I wonder if he can use the Force. Dude, he should be able to use the Force. His dad's Kanan.
Don't give them any ideas.
I don't give a fuck. One reason his name is Jason is because they took it from Jason Solo. Jason and Jaina Solo from the fucking old books.
Yeah. Nah, but So I just wanted to say that next week is a very special episode because next week is episode 50 and we have a special starting time of 6 o'clock Eastern. And we're going to be having guests on filtering throughout the night. So I would advise you all to get ready to come with topics because we're going to be. I know that Star Wars will come up, but I want to talk about other.
Yes, Gatekeeper. Yes, Daimyo.
Have you all seen the
EFAP Lord of the Rings? I did not. When did they do that? Mauler, by the way, freaking kills it. Kanan was a lucky man, dude. Yeah, he was. Bro, and Hera can switch from she can switch from her English basic accent to like that French real quick. Yo, babe, speak Twilight, and she's like speaking French.
But I just want to say that you're all amazing, and that if possible, I would love to get all of you on next week. So just come with like random topics, and we'll just talk for like 4 to 5 hours and just chill.
Yeah, we're gonna do it later in the day, like we said. That way, like if there's people on the West Coast that want to come on and they just got off work, it gives you guys time to chill. We'll just be going and for a while, so probably going all night.
Yep, and
that'll be fun.
Yeah,
doing evening shows so that I can drink. That's what we're doing.
That's what we're doing next week. Yeah, that's gonna be next week.
6 o'clock Eastern for us. You don't have to come on in the beginning. We're gonna eat our dinner and then we're gonna get on and go until just go all night. So I want to thank everybody again for always showing up. We have our wonderful mods in the chat. Go subscribe to their channels, of course. Gatekeepers Daimyo. We got our boy Crimson Law in here. Daryl the freaking Derelict and the Vac Tube. Go and sub to that. Shout out to Kings, Darth Melkor, Dog, of course. Everybody else. You all know who you are. And I'll even give it to Wade. Here you go. And Ronnie. Ronnie's got something special planned for next week, apparently, for episode 50. So that'll be fun. I'm sure Daimyo already knows part of it, what it is. So
well, guys, thank you all for watching. And next week is episode 50. And
thanks for getting us this far.
I cannot, dude. Thank you all for getting us this far.
Yeah.
You all are awesome.
It's gonna be a celebration, a little mini anniversary for us here. So I just want to say, I think it was a really interesting show today. I know we got a little bit off topic there for a while and changed up completely, but for you guys that stayed, I hope you really enjoyed the whole thing. And everybody listening, our Spotify listeners, everybody else, our Twitch viewers, you guys are killing it too. Kick and Rumble, good shit. And yeah,
We are on Rumble now, so
yep.
So you guys will be getting it on Thursdays. So go and follow RG Energy on Rumble if you guys want to watch this on Rumble. And I will also, for those of you that do not have an audio platform but you want to listen to the audio version, I post the audio versions only on YouTube on Thursdays too. So you guys will be getting a lot more stuff coming tomorrow. I'm trying to make this the most like accessible show for everyone.
Yep.
So
that's our goal. We want everybody. If you don't like the YouTube as a platform, we don't want you to have to stay on YouTube as a platform. You know, if you guys want to go to Kick, Rumble, anywhere else, yeah. Thanks, boys, for dropping the Discord links, or not Discord links, for dropping the Rumble and Kick links and shit. You guys rock. You guys know where to find me as always. Rolo Films everywhere. I think I'm Rolo Lord on X.
You guys are awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
We got the best mods in the world on here, dude.
Thank you guys. You guys are seriously awesome, and we're going to wrap it now. I love every single one of you. See y'all next week.
Peace. Hail.
Peace.